Hello everyone, welcome to the brand new tech series on the React, that is Master in React. My name is Swapnil. I welcome you to my channel TechieDeveloper. I am super excited to be your guide on this journey into the awesome world of React development. Whether you are a total beginner or looking to level up your React game, you are in for the treat. In this series, we are breaking down the React concept in a way that it's easy to understand with a hands-on project to reinforce your learning. Here is a quick rundown of what you can expect from this tutorial series. The first one is React Basics. We will start from the scratch, covering the basics of the React. No confusion, no jargons, just simple explanation to get you started on the right foot. Second one is build together. So we will have the small program on the concept so that you can understand easily and where the actual use of React concept. The third one is the full playlist for seamless learning. No need to hunt for each video. We have put it together a complete playlist so that you can binge watch or pick up where you left off. Okay, so ready to become a rich ninja, React ninja? Hit that subscribe button and join us on the React adventures. Let's code, learn and have some React fun together. If you are new to channel, okay, please do subscribe, like and share the video. And do not forget to click on the notification bell icon so that whenever the new upload or new tutorial series has started, you will get the notification. So please subscribe to the channel. Thank you. So in this tutorial series, what we are going to cover? Okay, so let's see what is the content of this series. Which are the topics we are going to cover? Okay, so first one is the introduction. What is this React? For what purpose it's used? We are going to see that one. Second one is we are going to set up the local development environment so that you can do the practice side by side and learn the topics. Then project structure, we are going to see the basic project structure, whatever the created by the command. Okay, so that we are going to see. Then we will start with the a learning by learning what is the component, because the components is the a smallest part of the React application that we are going to see. Then we are going to see what are the types of component. So basically we are going to see functional component and the class component, and we will be seeing the example of both. Then HTML to JSX, we will see how to convert this HTML to JSX, because when you will be playing with this React, you must be aware about the JSX. So we will see how to convert the HTML to JSX. Then display data in the JSX. So how we can embed our JavaScript code into JSX and how we can use the variable from JavaScript into the JSX, that we are going to see. Next one is conditional rendering. What are the structural directives kind of things we have, that we are going to see. Then next one we are going to see some very useful functions from the JavaScript, that is really important, that is the map function, then spread operator, because these are the very two important functions and we are going to use in our tutorial series. Then we are going to see what is the event handling, how to handle the event in the React application, that we are going to see. How to capture the value when some event is getting fired, so that one we are going to see. Next one is the very important topic, that is the hooks in the React. Okay, we will see what is mean by that hooks and for what purpose that hooks getting used in the React. Then we are going to see the couple of hooks present in the React, like Usestate, Useeffect, Usereducer and Userep. These are the very important hooks and that every developer should know. So that hooks we are going to see. The next one is like a custom hook, how to create the own custom hook and how to use in our React application, that we are going to see in the custom hook. Then the most important topic, sharing the data amongst the component, okay, that we are going to see what are the multiple ways to share this data within the components. The first one is like by using the props, we are going to see. Second one, we are seeing the context API, how to use the context API in the React. Then the Redux, how to use this Redux, what is the useful things present in the Redux, how the application use this Redux, we are going to see. Next one is the router, how the routing happening in the React, we are going to see React router, okay. Then we are going to see link, nav link, then error handling in the React, okay. Then the routes using the create browser route, okay, that we are going to see. Then the last one is the like use navigation hook. Apart from that one, we are going to see the forms, how to develop the forms, how to deploy the forms, how to integrate with the APIs, how to fetch the data from the API side, how to post the data, all related. Like we are going to cover everything. As a developer, whenever you want to create your own application, you should be able to do that one. By learning the React from our tutorial series, you should be able to create your own application. I want to make sure you should be able to create your own application when you finish this course, okay. So if you are new to channel, please like, share and subscribe to channel, and please do not forget to click on the bell icon so that you get the notification whenever the new videos uploaded. Thank you for watching. That is the local setup. As now we are aware what is the React, okay. Now let's start some practical, okay. So to run this React application on your local machine, okay, there is some prerequisite, okay. So prerequisite, it's like a node. We need the node to be installed on your machine first, okay. It's a prerequisite. Without node you can't do anything, okay. So to check whether this node is installed on your machine or not, okay, so you need to hit the one command, okay. You can open the inbuilt command prompt cmd, or else you can use the any terminal which supports the command, okay. So I am using the VS Studio Code, okay. So to check the node version, you can hit the command node ---- version. It should return the node version if it is installed on your machine. Here you can see the icons version 20.0.0, okay. So this is the version installed on my machine, local machine. If on your machine it is not installed, you may see like node version, it's not a recognized command or it's a unknown command kind of thing, error, means node is not installed on your machine, okay. So to install this node on your machine, okay, you need to download the first node version. So you can google it like a node download, it will take to appropriate website, or directly you can hit nodejs.org/download, okay. So here you can see the current version as well as the stable version. You can see here according to your operating system, Windows or Mac, download the latest version of this node, okay. Once you download, click on that installer and install the node version on your machine. Once that is installed on your machine, just close that currently open command prompt, okay, reopen it and hit the node ---- version, okay. If you are not reopening that command prompt, you will get the same error like it is not recognized command or unknown command. So to check that properly, close this current open command prompt and reopen it and try this again, node ---- version, okay. Now once this node is installed on your machine, next step is we have the inbuilt command, okay, which is given by the npm, okay. So npx create react app name, okay. This is the command directly available to create the basic React project structure, okay. So let me show you. So to that we have to use this npx create react app, npx create react app, and after that we need to give the application name whatever you want. So I have already created with the application with the demo, so I am creating with the demo 1. Okay, hit that. Okay, so as it's like a first time you are doing, it will take some time because it has to create all these files, so it will take some time. Okay, as I have already created, I will not create again it. Okay, so here what is this npx? Okay, npx is nothing but the package runner tool. Okay, package runner tool that comes along with the npm 5.2 or 5.2 greater than 5.2. okay, it comes along with the npm only. Okay, so this command will create this folder structure like this. Okay, the name whatever we have given, inside that you can see this basic 3 folders: node module, public and source, and each folder containing some files. Okay, so this will be the basic structure will be created by that command only. Okay, so now once this folder structure is ready, okay, you need to navigate. Okay, you need to navigate to this particular folder. Okay, to run this one. So just go to navigate to this folder, like whatever this one we have given. Okay, react demo, right? So navigate to this demo folder, cd demo. Okay, we have to navigate to this folder cd demo. After that we have to run the command npm start. Okay, first you need to navigate to this folder. Okay, make sure you are in a folder demo. Okay, after that you have to run this command npm start. Okay, once you run this command, it will take some time because you are doing for the first time, and you will see here compiled successfully, means your project is running successfully on your local. Okay, to check this from the browser, we have to hit this localhost colon 3000 or the IP address of your machine colon 3000. So 3000 is the by default port used by the React. You can change that one, but we will go with the default port now as of now. Okay, so open your browser. Okay, and hit this command. Okay, localhost colon 3000. You can see this is the basic React application running on your local machine, and this is the home page comes along with the React application whatever we have created using this command. Alright, okay, so in next video we will go through this all the file structure created by this command. Let's look at the project structure whatever created by using the npx command, react create react app whatever we have given, which has created the one demo project for us. Okay, so let's look at the folder structure whatever created by this command. So here you can find under this demo project folder. So demo, this is the name what we have specified in the command. Okay, so the whatever the name we have given, by using that name it has created the main folder. Okay, this is the parent folder. Inside that parent folder you can find there are 3 folders: node modules, public and src file. Okay, inside after that you can find there are several files. Okay, let's go one by one. So the first one is package.json file. Okay, if you open this file, you will find here all the dependencies required for to running this project on local. You will find all these dependencies are mentioned here. Okay, so here you can find we have the React of version 18.2.0, then we have the React DOM, React scripts, web vitals. So this package.json file will include all the dependencies required to run this project on our local system. Okay, once you run the command npm start or npm install, okay, it will download this all dependencies and will keep this all dependencies inside the folder called as underscore. Okay, if you open this folder, you will find all these folders. So whatever the dependencies we have, node underscore module folder. Okay, now when project, okay, it open this, okay, a basic UI for this localhost colon 3000. Okay, so this file, what is the starting point for this local project? Okay, so I will show you. So if you go to this public folder, you will find index.html file. Okay, this is the main file, okay, which gets loaded when we run the colon 300 localhost colon 3000 URL. Okay, so here you can find we have the one div with the ID as a root. Now you may have the question, on the screen we can see this logo as well as some text, okay, but in index.html file we only see this root with ID root. Okay, so this content for this div will be added by the React DOM. Okay, to check this one, okay, let's go to the next folder, src folder. Here you have to open this index.js file. So here you can find react DOM.create root. Here inside that one, it will take the one parameter of the element where we want to append the content. So here you can find they are finding the element which has the ID as a root. Okay, so document.get element by ID, and we are giving the ID as a root. Okay, so we have the element with ID root as a div, right, in index.html file. Okay, so once they got this element, after that they are adding this app. This app is nothing but the component. Okay, in React we write the component name as a HTML tag. Only the thing is like difference between the HTML tag and the React component tag. It's like a React component tab will be start with the uppercase. Okay, but in general like HTML tags are the lowercase. Okay, so this is the naming conventions recommended for the React. So we should use the letters start with the caps, okay, for the component name. Okay, so now this is nothing but the app component. So where this is the app component, to see this app component we have to go to this app.js file. Okay, so here you can see this is nothing but the functional component. Okay, you need not worry how this is the functional component. I will tell you in the subsequent video. Okay, so how to create the component, all that. As of now, just check, this is the one app component. This is nothing but one of the functional component. Component it's nothing but the one JavaScript function which return the HTML UI. Function, it's a function which returns the UI. Okay, so this is the functional component which has the name as the app. Okay, this app is included in the index.js file, you can see here, and in this JS app component is loading under the div which has the ID as a root. Okay, so if you check the content of the app component, here you will find whatever we are seeing on the home page of that our whatever the project we have created. So this logo and this one edit and then learn React, this text, it's a part of the app component, you can see here. Alright, hope so guys you are clear with the folder structure. Apart from this one, like there is some CSS file, like it's nothing but the CSS to add some look and feel for this our pages we can add, like for the index.css file. Okay, for here app.js, like app component we are importing the app.css file. Okay, so we can see this app.css file here, nothing but the CSS style sheet whatever we need for to add some look and feel for to our website. Hope so guys you are clear with the folder structure. Components. So what is mean by components? So in last video I showed you, right, we have created, not created, it is a like by default we have the one component, that is the app component, right? So what if we want to create our own component, right? So what is mean by the first, let's see what is mean by the components. Okay, so React's app are made up of the components. Okay, a components is a piece of UI that has its own logic and appearance. A component can be as small as button or as large as an entire page. To simplify this definition, I will say, let's say you have the one page. Okay, now this entire page we will divide into smaller area. Okay, now that each small piece of area consider as a component. Okay, let's try to understand by pictorial. So let's say you have the one web page. Web page has the sections header, footer, side menu and body. So now in the React, okay, we will consider these all four as a separate component. Okay, so here we will have this. If we consider this web page where we have this four section, I will create a four component. One will handle the header part, one will handle the side menu, main body and the footer component. So we will have the four component: header component, side component, main body component and the footer component. Okay, so hope so guys, now you are clear what is mean by the component. Component, it's nothing but the UI. Okay, instead of rendering the complete page, we will divide that page into the several small part, and which will have the own logic for the display. Okay, that small part it's called as a header. Okay, hope so guys, you are clear with this. Okay, so now the next one is like how to create the components. Okay, so basically components can be created by the two ways. Okay, the first one is functional component and the second one is class component. Okay, so both having the intent is the same, like both are used to create the components. Okay, but it's our way which one we want to go with. Okay, nowadays the most recommended way is the functional component because it's like a simple and easy to write, easy to read it, like it's a simplest form, so everyone is nowadays going with the functional component. Okay, so in next video we will see how to create the functional component. Let's create the functional component. So React components are a JavaScript function that returns the markup. So what is mean by markup? Okay, the thing is like here you can see I already told you there are two type of the component. First one is functional component which we are seeing now, and the next one we are going to see, that is the class component. So functional component, it is the like most recommended and the simplest way of creating the component. So functional components, if you see this one, it's nothing but the simple function. It's a simple JavaScript function, okay, which returns the markup. Okay, so here you can see this is the first component. It's nothing but the JavaScript function. Okay, inside that body it is returning the HTML tags, nothing but the markups. Okay, so this is the JSX syntax. Okay, JSX means the JavaScript XML. Okay, so functional component, it's nothing but the JavaScript function which returns the markup. Okay, again to if you want to simplify, you can say the functional component, it's nothing but the JavaScript function which returns the HTML UI. That's it. Okay, so here you can see in front of this function signature, okay, we have added two variables. First one is two keywords. I would say it's a keyword. The first one is export and the second one is default. So export, it's a use so that the React will understand this function can be used outside of this file. Okay, this is we can use in another component. So to make it available for the other component, we have to declare this function as a export. Then the second one is default. So default means inside this function, inside this JavaScript file, okay, this is the main function. This is the function which should be considered as a functional component. Okay, so that's why here we have declared as a default, so that React will consider this function is a main function of this file. Okay, now let's try by the practical. Alright, so here this is the project which we created using the command line. Okay, now let's create another folder inside the source. Okay, I will give the name as a components. Okay, so I have created the new folder. I have given the name as a components. So let's create our first component. Okay, so to that, just right click on this component, create a new file. Okay, just give the name as a first functional component dot JSX. Okay, so JSX is nothing but the JavaScript XML. Okay, you can write as a .js also. Okay, but I will recommend it to use the JSX, because JSX is the like somewhat strict than the JS. We have to use it like a particular format, so I would recommend you to go with the JSX. If you want to use the JS file, it's mostly simple, mostly same. Whatever you want, you can try it. I will show you both. Okay, in coming videos I will show you the .js as well as .jsx. Okay, so now this is the first functional components.jsx. Let me correct the spelling. Okay, functional component.jsx. Okay, now the first most important thing, we have to import react from react. Alright, this is the first import statement we have to add. Okay, now the second one is like we have to create the functional component. So as I told you, it's a JavaScript function. So function, I will give the same name as a first functional component. Okay, this is the JavaScript function which returns the UI. That's it. This is the signature of your component. So from this we have to return our JSX. So here I will use the h1 tag. Okay, after that here I will close this. Make sure guys you are closing the tags whenever you are using, okay, any tags. Okay, now I will write down here, welcome to my first functional component. Alright, so this is the smallest component which we have created. Okay, so which has the only the title welcome to my first functional component. Okay, so to see this, okay, so as soon as we saved it, okay, it should recompile. Okay, now just try and hit here localhost 3000. Okay, so here you can see it is not reflecting, our changes is not seeing here. Okay, so what is the most important things we have to include in the app component, because the now currently which component is loading? App component. Now I have to combine, or I have to attach my functional component to the app component. So what I will do, I will open app.js file. This is nothing but the app component, right? So here I will remove this all things. Okay, let's save it. Let's check what is happening on the UI. Let it compile first. Okay, alright, here you can see it's a compiled successfully with some warnings. Okay, that is not an issue because we have this import statement of logo, but we are not using, so that's why it is showing the warning it is never used. Okay, so see here, now you can see it's compiled successfully. Now let's go to this page. Oh, but nothing is displaying now. Okay, so the thing is like we have removed everything. Now it's a blank component. I have to include my first component here. So how to include this here? So I have to use the tag, HTML tag with the name of our component first. Array, but I am not getting any suggestion here. First functional component. Why? Because we have not declared here export function, right? So we have to make it as a available for the other components, so that we have to declare here export default, okay, and function. Now if you go here, now check functional component, okay, and opening and closing. Okay, so what I have did, whatever the first functional component name that I copied, okay, I pasted it here and as the HTML tag, and I used as a HTML tag, means I have added the first functional component inside the app component. Okay, so whatever the content of this first component, first functional component, is the part of now app component, so that it should display on our web. Right, now let's check whether it is displaying or not. Wow, so here you can see welcome to my first component, okay, functional component. Let me change some here, let me put dot 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 dot. Now control S, recompiled. Wow, so here you can see how this functional component working. So to summarize this one, what we have did, we have created the one folder components. It is not mandatory, but it's recommended to have separate folder for the, if we have the some particular business logic. Okay, so now once we created this folder, I have created the one first functional component. Now I have given the name as the first functional component for the better understanding. So what I did, I have created new file with the first functional component .jsx. You can use the .js file as well. Okay, now once we created this file, the first important thing, we have to import the React from the React. After that we have to create the function. Okay, I have given the name as a first functional component. Inside that we have to return the HTML. Okay, so this is nothing but the markup. So this is the JavaScript function which returning the markup, that is nothing but the functional component. Hope so guys, you are clear with the how to create the functional component in the React. So now let's create the class component. Okay, so we already seen how to create the functional component. So now let's try to create the class component. As I told you, the intent for this both method are to create the component. Okay, so what is the difference between the functional and class component? So here you can see, whenever we want to create a class component, so the intent is same, so that whatever the function we will return, that should return the UI code like JSX or like a HTML code. Okay, so here you can see this one, it's returning the same. Okay, like whatever we tried in last example for the functional component, same here also we are returning the HTML like h1 tag, okay, from this function. So to create the class component, we have to create the one of the class. Okay, like here we can see I have given the name as a first class component. So that class we have to extend with the react.component. So this is from the React inbuilt class, okay, that we have to extend. Okay, so whatever the class we are going to create, we have to extend with react.component. Okay, after that, whatever this one react.component has the method render. So we have to override this method, that is render. Inside this render method we have to return the HTML. So more or like syntax is the same. The only thing is, in this functional component we create the function, here we create the class, and after that we have to write the render method, and inside that render method we have to return whatever we want to return the UI code. Okay, so after that, like as we already seen, we have to declare as a export default. Okay, so whatever the class component we have created, just declare as a export default. Okay, so that it is available outside this file. Okay, now let's try by the practical. So to create the function class component, let's create the new file. Let me give the name as a first class component. Okay, dot .jsx. I will copy this name. Okay, so here you can see I have created this first class component dot .jsx file. So first most important thing is we have to import React from React. Alright, then we have to create class. I will give the same name. Okay, then we have to extend React dot component. After that we have to override this render method. Okay, from this render method we have to return whatever the UI we want. Okay, so let me give the same as what we tried in previous example. Okay, so I will give the h1 closing tag of h1. What is happening? h1. Okay, all right, I will give the name as welcome to first class component. All right, now if you go to this UI, okay, still you can see this welcome to my first functional component, because we have created this functional component and we have added this in this app component, right? Functional component. Now to inject this also, first class component, we have to add this in your app.js file. Okay, so let me add here. Okay, first class. Okay, so here guys you can see we are not getting any suggestion because we have not declared this class component as a export default. Okay, so let me declare as a export default first class component. All right, now if you go here, first class component, then opening and closing bracket. Now save it and let's wait for the compilation. Once it recompiled successfully, okay, now we can check on the UI. So here you can see welcome to the first class component. This is from our functional component, this is from the class component. Okay, so in this way we can create the class component. So to summarize, what is the difference between the class component and the functional component? In the functional component we will create the function, in class component we will create the class. Okay, only while creating the class we need to extend with the react.component. Okay, now inside that we directly return, okay, whatever the UI we want in functional component, but in class component we have to add the method render and inside that render method we have to return whatever the UI we want. Till the time we have seen, right, for the functional component as well as the class component, we have written the UI from the function, right? So till the time only we have used the one liner of UI code, like just we have written the one h1 tag and we have written the welcome message, right? So in this video we will see how to return the multiple line of code, that is the UI code from the function. Okay, so going forward I will use the functional component only to demonstrate all this throughout this series. Okay, so I have in the app.js, right, we have that class component as well as the functional component. I removed that class component, so now we have only the functional component in the picture. Okay, now what I want to add below this message, welcome to my first functional component. Okay, I want to create one input field, okay, like a username or name, where like user will enter his name. I want that input text field. Okay, so let me create a one div here. Inside this div I will give the name as a enter name colon. Now I will create the field input field which will be of type text. Okay, so I have created the one field, okay, input text field, okay, and have given the label as a, like a enter name. Okay, let me save this and let me compile this. Okay, so here you can see we got the error as soon as I added this new div. Okay, we got the error. So what is the error we are getting? Parsing error. Okay, the adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in enclosing tag. Okay, so what is mean by that? So here in React function, whenever we are trying to return the any HTML code or JSX code, okay, that must be wrapped in the single, that must be wrapped within a single tag. Okay, so here you can see we have the two tags, h1 tag as well as the div tag. Okay, so what I can do, I can wrap this or enclose this complete UI within a one single div. Okay, so here you can find I have wrapped this within a single div. Okay, now let's try, let it compiled. So here you can see it's a compiled successfully. Okay, now we can see, okay, here enter name as well as the our text box. Okay, so this is the syntax for returning the multiple line of UI code through the function. Okay, this is the strict JSX structure of the code written. Okay, so now so JSX has provided the one more tag. Okay, if you don't want to write the extra div, okay, for the sake of returning the complete UI, you don't need you don't want to write this extra div. Okay, so for that JSX has provided the one fragment, okay, just like a opening and closing tag. Okay, so in this way also you can wrap. So let me try this. I will remove this div. Okay, I will write this opening and tag, opening and closing tag here. Okay, JSX fragment. Okay, so now instead of div I have used the JSX fragment and I put all the code inside this opening and closing bracket of this JSX fragment. Okay, now compile it. So here you can see still we are able to see the result. So enter name and input text file. Alright, so now let me try to add some styling. Okay, let me add some custom CSS, okay, to this div. Okay, so I will add as a style, okay, is equal to, let me change the font size. Okay, font size I will keep as a 50 pixel. Okay, font size as a 50 pixel. Alright, now I saved it. Okay, now let's go to this Oh, what is this? We are getting the error as soon as I added the style component. Okay, I am getting the error. Okay, so what is the error? Prop except mapping from style operation of the value, not a string. For example, style this. Okay, so that means whatever the style we have added, style attribute we have added to this div tag, it's not a correct syntax for this JSX. JSX code is not what we call not getting this. What is this style? Okay, so for JSX, okay, we have the different way of writing this attribute. Okay, to check that, because this is the traditional HTML and now we are returning as a JSX. Okay, so we have to convert first our HTML to the JSX. So it is almost same, except some of the attributes we have to write it differently. Okay, no worries guys, if you don't have the knowledge about the how the syntax of the JSX looks like. Okay, so for that React official website also provide the one input. Okay, whenever you want to convert your HTML code to JSX, just go to Google and type it convert HTML to JSX. Okay, convert HTML to JSX. Okay, so you will get one transform tool URL. Okay, this is the nothing but transform tool URL. Okay, so here we can convert our HTML to the JSX. Okay, so here you can see they whatever the by default example you can see here, they are saying class in HTML we have to write as a class name in the JSX. Style equal to whatever the CSS, here you can see style equal to whatever the CSS property we have to include, we should wrap this enclosed in double curly brackets. Okay, so this is nothing but the syntax of the JSX, all other things are the same. So similarly, let me try with this JSX syntax for this style. I have to wrap into double curly bracket. Okay, alright, anything apart from this, I need not to write this in double code. Alright, is this correct? Style is equal to colon. Alright, I need to give this in the double bracket. Correct. Alright, but still I am getting the font too. Okay, so it's better whenever you got some error kind of thing and you are not able to convert it, so do one thing, what I am going to do, same you can do it. Okay, so just copy paste your HTML. Now go to JSX website, remove this one, paste your HTML, let it convert here. Okay, so what was the issue, like we are printing here 50 pixel, so in JSX no need to write that one, so let me print this here. Now control S, compile. Yes, it is compiled successfully. Now let me check the result. Perfect, here you can see that it is in the 50 pixel. Now the whatever the name we have given, it's in a 50 pixel. So that means whatever the our style we have added custom CSS, it's working now. Only the syntax way of writing it's different. Okay, so if you don't have any knowledge, it's no worry things guys, you can directly go to that transform tool, you can paste your HTML and convert it to JSX format. Alright, so this is the way we should return the HTML. To summarize this guys, okay, whenever you want to return the multiple line of HTML code or JSX code from the function, we need to wrap it into the single tag. Okay, you can use this JSX fragment, open and closing bracket, and wrap your text all the tags within that one, or else you can create a simple your own div and enclose this everything within that div. Okay, so that it will work perfectly fine. This is the syntax given by the JSX. Okay, after that, whenever you have the HTML, so for style we have to write in double curly braces, and for class we have to use as a class name. Okay, so these are the some of the syntax we need to keep in mind while writing the JSX code. Now we know how to return the multiple line of JSX code from this functions, JavaScript function, nothing but the functional component. Okay, so you may got some question in mind, like now I am able to write the multiple lines of JSX code, nothing but the HTML code, markups, whatever you want to say it, okay, within a JavaScript function. Okay, now what if I want to use some JavaScript variable within that HTML file? Okay, this is the valid scenario, right, where you want to use your JavaScript functions or JavaScript variable inside your HTML code. Okay, so how we can use that one? Okay, so for that we have the curly braces. Okay, so JSX, by using the JSX you can put your markup language into the JavaScript. Okay, alright, whatever we have seen, this is nothing but the JSX within a JavaScript. But curly braces will help you to put back into the JavaScript again. Means by using the curly braces you can use the JavaScript function or variable in your markup code. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Okay, let's try to understand by using this screenshot. Okay, here you can see I have written welcome to my first functional component. Okay, let's say I want to print this name as a dynamic, and this name, let's say this is a variable I have declared. As of now it's a static, but it's like a variable. Going forward it will be coming from API response. Okay, but as of now consider this is coming from the API response. Like I have created a variable as a name and given the value as a Vijay. Okay, now in that JSX I want to use this variable name. Okay, so for that what we can use, we have to use the curly braces. Okay, and within the curly braces we have to give the name of that variable. Okay, in this way we can use our JavaScript variable in the markup. Okay, let's try to understand by this function our practical. Alright, okay, let me create the one variable here, constant name equal to, I will give the same name whatever we have the in screenshot, Vijay. Okay, now I want let me clear this all things whatever we added multiple lines of code kind of thing. Let's try to understand by using the single line of code. Okay, so here I want to print the name of this variable. That's it. Now let's try. So here you can find welcome Vijay to my first functional component. If I change this value to ABC, okay, this value get updated on the UI. Welcome ABC to my first functional component. So in this way we can use the JavaScript variable within our markup. For that we have to use the curly braces. Okay, this is the very important thing. This will be used everywhere while you are creating the React app. Okay, so next we will see how to render the data conditionally. In real-time application, whenever you create, okay, that time many times you will come across the situation where you want to display the part of your web page, some of the part of your web application conditionally. Like for based on the some condition you will display the some part. Okay, for example, let's say I have the two components, login component which contains the login form, and which another component is the registration component, okay, which contains the registration form. Okay, let's say I have the one variable is user already registered. Okay, if user is already registered, okay, then I will show the login form. If the value of already registered as a false, then I will show him a registration form. So this type of conditional rendering I want. Okay, so how we can achieve this in React? So let's say for this one, let me create first two components. Okay, I will create a new component here. So I will create a new file. Let's say login. Okay, login.jsx. Okay, this will be my login component. And second, I will create as a registration component, registration.jsx. Let me rename this one. JSX. Alright, now I have these two components ready. Okay, login form and registration. Let's write some code. So first statement should be import react from react. Alright, then we have to create the function export default function. Let's give the name as a login component, login, which will return the UI. Return, inside that I will return, let's say h1 tag. Okay, I will return this login form. Okay, as of now just print login form. So this is my login component. Let's create the registration component. Okay, import react from react, then export default function registration, which will return the UI. Okay, let me add the UI as a h1 tag registration form. Okay, so I have these two components ready with me, login component and the registration component. Okay, now let me remove this one. Okay, now I can import this login and registration here by directly adding their command. Okay, login component I have included here. Let me add the here registration component also. Okay, alright, so I have added both component on the functional component. Okay, so what is the error here? As I told you, we should enclose this in single parent. Okay, let me create the JSX fragment here. Let me include within a single JSX. Alright, you can see it's a successfully compiled. Now let's check on the UI. So here you can see login form and registration form. Alright, but I want to display this is conditionally. Okay, now this login component will be displayed only when the user is already registered. If user is not registered, I will not show the login form, I will show only registration form. Okay, this is I want conditionally. Okay, so how we can do that? Okay, let me create a one variable here. Constant is already registered. Already registered is equal to, let me take it as a false. Alright, okay, now I want to apply this logic based on this variable for this two component. Okay, so what I can do, let me take the one constant, let content. Okay, let content, I have taken the one variable. Okay, now what I can do, content is equal to, okay, now what I can do, I will check if already registered. Okay, or what I can do, I can use the ternary operator here, right? if already registered, then which one we have to show it? Login component. I will take it as a login. It's a capital one, and closing of this login. Alright, else I will use the registration. Okay, and now in this body I will use this content variable. In previous video I already showed you how to use the variable by using the curly bracket. I will display this content. Okay, now let's try. Compiled successfully. Now the variable value is already registered as the false. Okay, is already registered is false, means which one will display? The registration form. It should display the only registration form. So here you can see we are getting only registration form. Let me try to change this to true. Okay, the user is already registered. I want to show the login form, so it should display login form. Here you can see this whatever the component, it's rendering dynamically based on the value of this variable. It is rendering. This is nothing but the conditional rendering. Okay, so in next video I will show you, instead of creating this variable outside this one, how I can render this JSX code dynamically within that in opening and closing bracket. So now let's see how to render this conditionally, okay, without using this extra variable content. Okay, so we can use that if else like logical operators, okay, logical conditions, okay, as like in JavaScript we can use directly inside this markup. Okay, so to do that we have to use the curly braces. Okay, so let's add on curly braces. Okay, now inside that we can directly use the one variable, okay, that is like already registered. Okay, already registered. Okay, now if this variable is available, then okay, or else this one. Okay, now I will put the same here. Okay, if already registered, let's show the login component. If it is not, then let's show the registration component. The same whatever we have tried here outside the JSX, we can directly put inside the JSX also. Okay, now let's try. We have the is already registered as a true. Okay, so we should get the login form. Okay, let me remove this content variable also, so that we will not get these warnings. Alright, so we should get the login form. Alright, here you can see we can see the login form because we have this already registered as a true. Let me make it as a false. Okay, now we should get the registration form. Alright, okay, so here you can see what I did. Like previously we were declaring the extra variable outside this JSX and creating the content dynamically, and that variable we are using in the JSX. Okay, so this is the way, in this way we can use the conditional like operations inside the JSX by using the curly braces. The curly braces, by using the curly braces we can put the any JavaScript logic or function or method inside the this JSX. So for that we should use this curly brace. Okay, now I will show you another way. Okay, let's say if I don't want this ternary operator, if else condition. This is nothing but the if and else condition. Let's say I have the only if condition. Okay, and there is no registration form. Okay, let's say I have the only one login form. Okay, now whenever this is already registered is false, okay, no, make it as a true. Okay, whenever this is already registered is a true, I will show this login form. Okay, this is the only one condition I have. Okay, so how we can do that? Because previously we have seen using the ternary operator. This is nothing but the if else. Now I want only the if condition. So for that what you can do, directly you can use our logical AND operator.
So he is already registered. If it is a true, then I will show this login component. This is nothing but the if condition you can directly use. Okay, curly braces, variable name, and logical operator, and whatever the component or conditional UI code you want to display, you can put here. Okay, now let me try. Because we have that registration, that's why it is getting the warning. So here you can see we are getting the login form. Okay, if I make it as a false, okay, I should not get this login form, means our screen will be blank. Perfect. So here you can see by using this logical AND operator we can use the if condition. Okay, so in this way also we can add the conditional rendering.
If you are new to channel, okay, please do subscribe, like and share the video, and do not forget to click on the notification bell icon, so that whenever the new upload or new tutorial series has started, you will get the notification. So please subscribe to the channel. Thank you.
So we have seen how to render conditionally. Okay, now let's see the next one is very important thing, and this will be used several times in a project. Okay, let's say you want to render the list. Okay, so how to render this the any particular list? Okay, so for that one we are going to use the JavaScript function like loop and the map. Okay, so this function map function is a very important. Okay, and that will be used several times in the project. Okay, so let's say I have the one product list. Okay, let's say I have the 4 products in the array of this product. Okay, let's say first one is the like ID, one name. It should be like 1 2 3 4 ID, and the name will be like pen, pencil, notebook, bag. These are the 4 products I have. Okay, now I want to display the list, okay, of this product array. Okay, so how we can do that? Okay, let's see that by the practical. Okay, now let me create the one variable array, that is the product array. Okay, which will be having the 4 products. Okay, let me give the ID, and the second one is the name. Pen. This should be like colon, not equal to, it's like a JSON. Okay, object. Okay, I have added the first product which has the one ID and the name as a pen. Let me copy paste. Let's create four product. Okay, so ID will be 2 3 4. Now let me change as a pen, pencil, notebook, and the 4th one, let's say as a bag. Okay, so these are the 4 products I have. Okay, so I have the array of product. Now I want to display this list in this our functional component. So what I can do, let's create one constant. Let's create the product list first. Product list, I will create another variable. Okay, then I will use this one like a map function. As I told you, we have to use map, product dot map. Okay, then it will consider the like each one, it will iterate through the each element in the array. Okay, so let's say each one is nothing but the one product. Okay, or let's give the variable name as a product. Okay, p as nothing but the product. Okay, now inside this, okay, I will create the list element. Okay, eli closing up eli. Okay, now here we have to pass the unique key is equal to curly bracket p dot, what is the unique id, is nothing but the product id, right? P dot id, and inside that I have to display the value of this product, nothing but the p dot whatever the value of that field, it's a name. Okay, so what I did, I have iterated through the each element by using the map method. Okay, and I created the list element, and this list element has the unique key and the name. Okay, so unique is the like identifier, so p dot id, and displaying the p dot name. Okay, now let me remove this one. Okay, now what I want to display this list, okay, in the JSX. Okay, so how I can do? Okay, so this is the list element, so you must be aware, like whenever you want to display the list, there are two type, order list and unordered list. So let me use the unordered list. Okay, now it's the unordered list. Now I want the list elements. Okay, so list element nothing but which we have created, and this is the in the variable product list. So to use this variable in JSX, I have to use the curly bracket and the name of this variable, nothing but the product list. Alright, okay, let me remove the unused imports so that warnings will not be there. Alright, so you can see it is a successful, compiled successful. Let's see on the result on the UI. Alright, here you can see pen, pencil, notebook, bag. So these are nothing but the list, okay, whatever we have in the array. Okay, so what we have done, we have converted this array of product into the list, okay, by using this map function, and iterated it and created the list element of the UI element, and we have display in this the JSX. Okay, so in this way this map function plays a very important role for our product. Okay, now you may have the question, similarly in last video we have used the extra variable and that used here, then we tried by do not use this extra variable, and we tried directly inside the JSX code. So can we do that? So yes, we can do that. If you don't want to create this logic, okay, outside this JSX, we can directly put here also. Okay, so how? So similarly we have to take this product, now again product dot map function. Alright, the each variable is like, I will give the p, that is the product. Okay, then opening and closing bracket. Okay, and here I will create list element. Alright, and here I will give the key is equal to same curly bracket p dot id, and I want to display the value as a p dot name. Alright, so now I have used directly this array in the JSX. I have not used any extra variable, so I can remove that one, or I will comment that one as of now. Control S, compiled successfully. Still we can see we are getting the same result. Okay, so what we have did, so whatever the array of the product we have, we converted into list by using the map function. Okay, so we can declare the variable, we can iterate through this array and create the list outside the JSX, as well as we can directly put in the JSX code also. So in this way we can use the map function. Okay, we have seen how to render the list, okay, using the map function. Okay, so we have seen how this map function works. Okay, so similar to this map function, we have the one very important function which is very useful for our programming. Okay, so as a React programmer, we should be aware of that function, or not a function, operator. Okay, so what is that operator? That is nothing but the three dots. three dots operator that called as a spread syntax, okay, or spread operator in JavaScript. Okay, so it is used to expand the iterable like an array or a string into the individual element. It allows you to conveniently copy, combine the arrays, merge object, and pass multiple arguments to the function. It is very useful. Okay, so to show you directly how this works practically, okay, let's open any JS compiler. Okay, for that, like, just I go to online JS compiler, whatever the compiler you are familiar with. So most of the time I use this JS fiddle. Okay, so I will go with this JS fiddle. Okay, so I will show you what is this one, the spread array spread operator. Okay, how this spread syntax or spread operator is used to copy the array. Okay, so first try with the copy the array. So to show the copy of functionality, let me create one constant array. Const, let me give the name as a original array. This is the one constant I have taken. Okay, let's say it has the element like 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so these are the three elements in the original array. Now let's take another array, okay, which will have the same original array. Means I want to copy this original array into the new array. So what I will do, I will create another array. Let's say I will give the name as a copied array. This is the name only. Okay, is equal to, what we have to do, we have to copy this original array into copied array. So how to use that spread array syntax, spread syntax. Okay, so array, okay, inside that three dots, this is nothing but the spread operator. Three dots, then whatever the array you want to copy, that is the original array. So copy that name as a original array, and then that's it. Okay, means what you have done, I want to copy this original array into copy array. So what I did, simply three dots and then name of this array. Okay, now let me try to print that one. Okay, console.log, and let me give the name as a copied array. Okay, now run it. Here you can find, okay, so this is the 1 1 2 3, nothing but the copied array. Okay, here you can find in the console 1 2 3. Okay, so this is nothing but our copied array. We have copied the element of the original array into this copied array. Okay, if you want to print some text here before that one, let's say like new array plus symbol, control S. Here you can see new array 1 2 3. Okay, so this is how we use this spread operator to copy the one array to another element. Okay, so this is how we use for this copying. Now the second one is like, if I want to concatenate two array. Okay, so let's say I have the two array and I want to merge into the single array. So how to make it as that concatenation operator? So let me create this one, like let's say I have this two array. I will change this one now. Okay, let's say copied array, or instead of this one I will make it as a second array. I will give the name as a second array, and I will give the 4 5 6. Okay, so this is our second array. Now I want to merge this both array into the single array. Okay, so what I will do, I will create constant combined array. I have created the new variable combined array. Now I want to copy both, right? So how, three dots spread operator, then this original array name. Okay, original array comma, okay, then again three dots second array, second I think I have done some mistake of the spelling. Second array. Alright, now let me add console.log combined array, and let's print that one. Alright, here you can see combined array is 1 2 3 4 5 6, means we have the original array which has the 1 2 3, then second array 5 4 5 6, we have combined using this spread operator. Okay, and then we combined into this combined array. If we don't use this spread operator, then again what we have to do, we have to iterate both the arrays one by one, then add this each element to the this newly created array. Okay, so in this way, like a traditional way we can do, this will reduce our line of code. Okay, so this is the second useful example of the spread array or spread operator. Now let's say I have the object. This is the like simple primitive data types. Now let's say I have the object, okay, which has the some fields like let's say I have given the object 1. Let me create quickly first here. Okay, let's say I have the constant, and let me give the name as object 1. Okay, and object we declared in the like a curly bracket. The name, let's say we have some fields. Okay, so what is the field, like let's say name. Okay, consider this is as a student object. Okay, I will give the name as a student. Okay, student 1. This is the student 1 which has the name. Okay, I will give the name as a like let's say ABC. Okay, then second one is let's say we have the age. Okay, and let's say I have given the age as a 21. Okay, this is the one object I have, student 1, which has the two fields, name and age. Now let's say another object I have constant, and let's say I have this contact detail. Okay, contact. Okay, now let's say this contact has a field as a phone number. Okay, which has the value as a like let's say 1 2 3 4 for example, and second one is like it has the mobile number. Again let's say is like a 4 5 6 7 8, this is the mobile number. Okay, now I have this one, two objects. Okay, now what I want to combine these two objects into the single object. Okay, like whatever the student has this attribute name age, I want this contact to the student object. So what I can use now, I can use the spread operator. So let's say I have given the name as a constant, and let me give the name as a merge object. Okay, is equal to, what I will do, object, whatever the first object we have already, 3 dot, then I will give the name as a student 1, comma, so whatever the object I have second, I want to add it, right? So the object is contact. Alright, then after that let me print this console.log merge object. Alright, so here you can find age 21, mobile number 5678, name ABC, phone number 1234. So all these 4 attributes are combined into the single object. Okay, so in this way also this spread operator plays a very important role. Otherwise we have to iterate through each or attribute, then combine this one or concatenate. So to avoid that boilerplate kind of thing, so we can use directly our spread operator, and it will reduce our code. Now let's say another useful thing of this spread operator. Let's say I have this mobile. Okay, and let's say I have the value as a like a 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, this is the mobile I have. Okay, now again let's say I have the another one contact. Okay, now I want, okay, to copy this all the properties of this one. Okay, this one. Okay, all the copies of this one. Okay, and after that I want, instead of this mobile, I want this mobile number. Okay, to replace, I want to copy everything from this student object as it is. Okay, I want the student 2. I want to create a new constant. Let's say I want to create a student 2. Okay, now for the student 2, okay, I want the all properties of student 1. Okay, but the mobile number should be update. Okay, just the only thing, mobile number I want to update it. Okay, I don't want this mobile number. Okay, so in this case how we can do? Okay, so simply I will copy spread operator. Okay, then student 1, student 1. Okay, comma, now I want to update the only mobile attribute. Okay, so what I can do, I can directly write mobile whatever. Let's say I will give as a like a 8976. Okay, this is the updated one. I want to update this. Okay, now let me print this student 2. What I want, I have the student 1. I want to copy all these properties, but I want to update this mobile one. Mobile number should be different. Okay, so I want to just update the mobile number. So what I did, spread operator, and after that whatever the properties I want. Okay, so here you can find age 21, name ABC, but the mobile number is 8976, whatever we have given here. Okay, so in this way also we can add. Okay, so this is the very useful operator, spread operator, which is used for copying the array, combining the array, merge the object, or replace the any attribute of the object. So this is very useful. This please keep in mind. Okay, this we will use frequently in our React project. Handling. Okay, so whenever you want to create any React application, basically the interactive React application where user performs some activity actions on the UI, and that you need to capture on the background. You need to perform some actions on the whatever the activities or whatever the event are performed by the user on the UI. Okay, so for that event handling is plays a very important role. Okay, so whatever the event we have seen like in HTML, JavaScript, that all events are available in React also. Okay, so like on click, on mouse over, on select, on change, on key up, on blur, like all that event will be available, are available in the React. Okay, so now let's try by the programming how this event handling we can perform. Okay, alright, so here you can see I have the blank functional component. Okay, so now let me create one button. Okay, and we will click that button, and now I want to capture this event. Okay, so let me create the first button. It's a HTML. Okay, in button let's give the type as a button. Type as a button. Then, and let's give the name as a click me button. Okay, sorry, click me itself. Okay, that's it. Okay, now save it and just check on the UI. So here you can see the click me button. Okay, now whenever I am clicking on this button, nothing is happening. Okay, now let's say I want to capture this event. Whenever the user has performed the click on this button, I want to call my function. Okay, so how we can do that one? So simply we have to write this like whatever the in JavaScript or HTML we used to write. So like this, on click. After that we have to use the curly braces. Okay, and here inside that one we have to provide the name of the function whatever you want to call on click of this button. Okay, so in React it is recommended this event handler we should give the name as a handler. So what I am giving it as a click handler. Okay, I am giving the name as a click handler. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so now it will fail because we have not declared this function yet. Okay, so we have to declare the function first. Okay, so I will create a function click handler. Okay, it is a JavaScript function. And inside that one I will write one alert, and let's give some text here, clicked. Okay, so what I have done, simply I have created the one button. After that I have created the event on click, and after on click of this event this function should call. So I have declared within that what we called curly braces. Okay, so in curly braces I have given simply the name of this whatever the function I have written. Okay, and inside that function I have just given the alert so that we will get to know whether it's working or not. Now let's save it. So here you can say it is compiled successfully. Now let's go to the UI. So what is saying, click handler is not defined. We have declared it, right? Now let me refresh it. Okay, now here, now click on this. Here you can see clicked. Okay, so whenever I am clicking on this clicked means now this function is getting called. Okay, whenever I click on this button. Okay, so in JavaScript or like in HTML, okay, in JavaScript or in HTML what we used to do, like we create call the function by directly name and opening and closing bracket, but make sure like you are not writing in this way, like opening and closing bracket should not be there. Okay, so what will happen, let me show you. If I given this way, okay, control S, you can find it is successful. But here you can see whenever as soon as I refresh it, okay, it is getting called. Okay, clicked means even before the clicked on this button this function is getting called. Okay, so that's why like in React we should avoid this one, otherwise this function will get called at initial only. Okay, so to avoid that one, just to call this function on only that click of this button or any event, just give the name of that one function. Okay, that's it. Okay, so in this way like we can call the event. Okay, now let me create another button like kind of thing. Let's create a on click. Now let's create another event like on key up. Okay, let me give the input type as a text. Now let's capture some input. Okay, let's say input type is equal to text. Let me give the name is equal to, let's say, username. Okay, and on this let's first try on the UI whether we are getting that button or not. Okay, so here you can see this text box is visible on the screen. Now what I want whenever the user types something, it will call it should call another function. So what how we can do, so let's write the function on key up. Okay, so here is on key up, then equal to, then curly braces, and let's say on key up handler. This is the function name I am giving. Okay, now let's say I will create another function. So there is another way to write this function. We can directly write like this, constant, then function name whatever you want, equal to, okay, then opening and curly. So in this way also we can use this fat arrow symbol to create our function. We can declare the function in this way also. Now let's say alert, I will give as a on key up. Okay, so whenever the user will type something inside that text box, okay, it should call over this function on key up handler. Okay, so let's try. So let's say I'm typing something. As soon as I type something, it's calling this function on key up. You can see. Let me try again. Let me try. Here you can see whenever I am typing, okay, it's calling the function. Okay, so this is how like this function is event handler is working in the React. So simply we have to write the event on which you want to capture the function, okay, equal to curly braces and name of the function. Okay, make sure you are not adding the opening and closing bracket at the end of this function name, otherwise it will get called at start. Okay, all right, now in next lecture let's see how to capture the values in the event. Right, now let's see how to read the values, how to get the values whenever we fired any event. Okay, so for this we have already created the function on key up, right? On key up we are calling this function, and here we are simply giving the alert on key up. Now let's say I want to capture the value of this text box whenever the anyone has user has press any word, okay, whatever the alert we are getting, it should print that value. Okay, now basically I want to capture this value of this event. Okay, so that is possible, okay, through the event object. Okay, for that simply we have to pass the extra parameter here, that is the event. Okay, now let's print that value, extract that value through this event dot target dot value. Okay, this will return the value of this tag like element. Okay, so we are passing the event by default. This function is accepting the event. Okay, this one. Okay, now let's put a. Here you can see on key up a, then let's see b, on key up ab, let's type c, on key up abc, means okay, so we can capture the value of this through the event object, event dot target dot value. Now you may have the question, okay, we can't write like opening and closing bracket. Okay, that is fine, by default there is a event, okay, parameter is available. Okay, now let's say if you want to pass the extra parameter, then how we can pass that one. Okay, so first tell me let me tell you the thing, like if you want to write in this way, okay, that function should be called, okay, by using this parenthesis opening and closing bracket, then we have to declare in this way, function body, then fat arrow symbol, and then name of that function. Now save it. Okay, now go here and check whether it is working fine or not. Let me put here a, something is wrong because like we are getting the error. So let's see what is the wrong there, because now we have specified this handler by using this syntax. We have not declared this parameter here, because whenever we don't declare, it's a default parameter is available, but as now we are passing this one, we need to specify here. Okay, now let's try. Let me refresh it once. Now let's try a. Here you can see on key up a, b, a, b. In this way, like if you want to use the opening and closing bracket, okay, now we can pass the extra parameter also. Now let's say, let me pass the param1 value as a param1 as a second parameter. Let me add is like param1. Here then we have to add the extra parameter, second parameter, into signature. So I will give as a param1. Okay, this can be same, or you can use the whatever the name you want to in this signature. Like I have given the same, so let me make the other one so that you will not get confused. We can give the any parameter name here. Like let me give the same name, p1. Okay, it's a parameter one, it's a name of this variable, and this is the value of this variable what we are passing. Okay, now let me print that one second parameter whatever we are passing. Now let me refresh it. Okay, now a, so here you can be on key up a, then p1 value param1. So in this way, like we can pass the multiple parameter to event function also. Okay, just we need to use this syntax. Okay, opening and closing bracket, then if you want to pass the event, that event variable, and that make sure that event variable will be the first parameter whatever you are sending. After that, whatever the parameter you want to send, you can add it. If you don't want to send the event, okay, you can remove this event. Only you want to send your extra parameter, whatever the custom parameter you want. Okay, you can customize this function as well according to you. Okay, now let me remove this one event, because we don't have event, so it will throw the exception. So what I have done now, okay, only I am passing the parameter 1. Okay, now let's try. So here you can see p1 value param 1. Okay, so I am passing the only one, I am not passing the event. So you can pass the extra parameter along with the event, or if you want to pass the single parameter, you can pass your parameter also. Okay, so in this way we can pass the event as well as the param. Hope so guys, you are clear how to pass the variables to the event function. Hooks, it's like a very important topic in the React programming. So I will say, like without hooks, you can't serve in the React. Okay, so this is a very most important thing. Okay, and without this hooks, we can't create the more interactive application. Okay, so hooks is nothing but the very vital topic in the React programming. Okay, so let's go through it. Okay, so hooks, what is the hooks? Okay, hooks is nothing but the a function. It's nothing but the function which starts with the use. Okay, so whatever the function you will find which are starting with the use keyword, that are nothing but the hooks. Okay, hooks, this is the feature introduced in React 16.8. okay, so this is introduced by the React a 2 version before. Okay, so in 16.8 that hooks is introduced. Okay, so hooks can be inbuilt, there are several hooks which are the inbuilt provided by the React, as well as if we want to create our custom hooks, okay, by using the existing code or existing logic, you want to create your own hooks, you can. Okay, so hooks can be customized as well as the inbuilt. Okay, so as I told, hooks is nothing but the function. So what is the difference in the hooks and function? So these hooks are the more restrictive than the function. It has proper syntax, we can declare the hooks at the top of the component only. A function we can declare anywhere and we can write the code, right? But that hooks, whatever use state function or use whatever the hooks you will use, okay, that should be at the top of the component. Okay, you can write at the top of the only component. But if you want to write that hooks particular within your logic somewhere else, that time you have to extract that logic and create the separate component, so that use whatever the hooks will be at the top of the component. Okay, as I said you, there are several inbuilt hooks. Okay, so what are that? For example, we have Usestate. Okay, this is the hooks which help to maintain the state of the component, current state of the component. Okay, this is the very important hooks. Okay, then the second one is Useeffect. Okay, so is Useeffect, that hooks called whenever the function component is rendered. Okay, this is the very important hooks. Okay, but you can use the conditional logic to get execute. Okay, so like on load or like particular function or any variable change, you can use this one, so that you can write your own logic to run on that particular like on load or any function change, that kind of things. I will show you how to implement that one. Next one is use reference. Use ref is nothing but to get the values from the like a form element or input element or like a text element. You can get the values. Okay, this is for that one. Then use context. Use context is nothing but the like a to access the variable from any other component, value from the any other component throughout the application. For that, this use context is used. These are the some of the very important hooks in the react. Okay, so we will see this one by one. Okay, so this is the very important topic. Let's see use state.
State hooks in the react. As I told, there are several inbuilt hooks present in the react. So most important hooks is use state. Okay, so this is the inbuilt hooks. Okay, so this is like a built-in hooks provided by the reacts. Okay, then it is a hook that allows you to add the state to the function component. What is mean by state? Okay, so let's consider, if you are aware of this ajax. Okay, like when we are updating any variable value in the backend, okay, it should reflect on the UI. Okay, so in previous before this DOM and like a virtual DOM re-updation concept, what we were doing previously, whenever we want to update, we were updating the that particular component or that part on the UI through the Ajax. Like whenever we update the any value in the backend to reflect on the UI, we were updating that particular part using the Ajax, right? So similarly, like in the React, if we update the value dynamically or in the backend, okay, if you want to re-render that part on the UI, okay, so that to reflect that updated value on the React for that particular part on the UI, for that purpose this state use state hook is used. Okay, basically to update the value on the React or to remember the whatever the value of this backend variable we have, to for that purpose this use state is used. Okay, so if you are aware of the Angular, there is a concept of two-way binding. Whenever we update the value on the backend, it is getting reflected on the UI. Similar concept is here. Okay, that whatever the if we change the value in the backend, that should get updated on the UI. For that purpose this use state is used. Okay, so I will show you this by practical so that it will be more clear. Okay, it returns the stateful value and function to update that value. Okay, how it is work, let us see by the practical. Now here you can see I have the one functional component and it's like a empty one. Okay, now what I will do to demonstrate this one, what I will do, I will create a two input text box and I will type into one text box and that value should be copied to the second text box. Okay, so now let's create, so let me give the name as a original text box from where we will copy the value. Okay, input type is equal to text, alright, and second one, let's copy that one. Let's give the name as a replica. Okay, let me give some placeholder here. Let's say enter text to be copy. Okay,
and that's it. Now let's see on the UI. Here we can get the two text box. Okay, enter text to be copy and replica will the blank. Okay, let me add some styling so that it will be proper visible. Okay, so let me add the div and alright, let me format little bit. What is that one? Okay, sorry, format selection. Alright, so let's see on the UI. Okay, so let me add some padding here so that how we can apply the style by using the double curly bracket style. Okay, then is equal to double curly braces. Okay, inside that we have to pass the CSS. So let me give the padding. Let me give the padding as a 50 pixels. So all side will have that, add that padding so that we will get some. Alright, so now we have the two text, original and replica. Now what I want, as soon as I type something, it should get replicate here. Okay, so to read that value, okay, what I will do, first let's create one local variable. Okay, let me give the name as late. Okay, and original, let me give the name as a original text or text. Okay, it's like original text shortcut. Okay, alright, now if as I showed you in the last video, to capture the value we can add the on key up handler, right, or any handler whatever there. As soon as I type I want to capture the value. Okay, so I will do on key up. Okay, then as like I showed you in last previous year, we can add like on key up handler function. Okay, so what I will do, I will create the function here, const, give the same name. Okay, then we can receive the variable event. Alright, opening and closing bracket. Okay, now let me give the alert here, whatever the value I am receiving here. How to get the receive value from the text box, event dot target dot value. Okay, this should print the value. Okay, whatever we are typing here, because on key up we are calling this function and there we are capturing the event and getting the value. Okay, now let's go there. Let me refresh this one. Alright, as soon as I type, let's say I type A, you can see the A. Yes, yeah. Okay, so in this way, like whatever the value I am typing, I am getting there. We are able to capture this value here. Okay, now what I want, as soon as this values I get it, I want to what we called I want to be replicate this value into the second text box. So for that one we can have the tag attribute as a value. Okay, and what I will do, I will assign this original text whatever I am getting. Okay, capital T, sorry, original text. Okay, and what I will do, like o text. Okay, and I will assign this value of this event whatever we captured. okay, to this O text. Okay, now we got this value that should be replicated here ideally, right? Okay, let's see whether it is happening or not. Let me refresh it. Now let's say I am typing A is here, okay, but here we can't see G, but it is not getting reflected here. Why? Is this assignment is happening properly or not? Let's add another alert. We can add the console.log. Okay, so let me add like a O text value is, okay, okay, let's check what is the value we are getting for O text variable. Okay, A, O text value is A. Okay, we are getting the value of for the O text A of, right? We are getting the values, but this is not getting reflected. Why? Because this value is getting updated, but this component, it is not getting refreshed. Okay, it is like in backend we have the value, but this component is replicated at the starting, that refresh or load at once, like at the before, like when we load the application, that time only that page gets loaded. That's why this is not refreshed. We have the value of this O text, but it is not get refreshed. Whenever we change the value, it should get refreshed. Okay, means this state management is not happening properly. As soon as we change the value, it is not getting refreshed. Okay, so for that purpose only we have the concept of use state hooks. Okay, it used to maintain the state, and it helps to refresh the component whenever there is a change in the state of the component. Okay, so now let's see how to use this use state. Okay, so for that one we have to declare the one const array. Let's say this, currently I am taken this O text as a variable. We have to declare as a constant array of O text. Then we have to declare the function to update that value. So generally we should use set prepend to this whatever the variable, so that O text and set O text. This is the function which we will use to update the value of O text. Okay, then equal to use state. Okay, and that's it. So if you want to, and this is nothing but the initial value you can assign. If you want to assign some value, let's say I am assigning let's say ABC. Okay, so I have assigned this O text initial value like a OBC. Let me remove this O text variable now. Okay, now I have created the state for this O text. Okay, having the value initial value as a ABC, and this O text I have added here. Okay, in the replica. Now let's see. So here you can see in the replica as the initial value ABC is replicating. Okay, so now let's try, let me remove this initial value. Okay, so that it should be blank. Okay, alright, so here you can see it's a blank now. Now what I will do, whatever the we tried here, okay, let's try with this Usestate. Okay, so here instead of O text equal to, what I will do to update the value of this O text, okay, I will use this set O text function. Okay, set O text. Okay, and I will add the value of this event dot target dot value. Okay, alright, now let's see whether it's work or not. Let me refresh once. Okay, let's say I am typing A O text value is blank. Okay, so here you can see this one. Okay, B AB, here you can see AB. Why it is not happening? You will say alert is showing the blank, because this is not getting refreshed. Okay, so that's why we can remove this one. Okay, now here you can see, as soon as I append the value at the original text box, it is getting reflected here. Localhost, see, whatever I am updating, it is getting replicated here. Okay, so in this way, like, we can use Usestate. Okay, all right, so hope so guys you are clear. Okay, so now you must be clear with this concept, like when we should use the Usestate. Whenever we want to maintain or memorize the value of this particular variable, and that should be replicated on the UI, like whenever we change the value of that particular variable or anything, that should reflect on the UI, that time we should use the Usestate. Okay, Usestate is nothing but the simply to memorize the value of this particular thing. That's it. So kind of thing, like whenever we call this set text function, it is re-rendering this whatever the HTML code, JSX code we have, that is refreshed, re-render. That's why that original value whatever we have set to that Usestate function, it is getting refreshed here. Okay, hope so guys you are clear with this Usestate hook in React. Okay, as I already told you, Useeffect, it's a inbuilt hook present in the React. Okay, so for what purpose this Useeffect is used, let's see. Useeffects allows you to perform the side effects in functional components. So what is the side effects? In general terms, when we see this like side effects, when something is happened, right, we generally say that what are the side effects of that things, right? Same thing, side effects only when happened when something is happened, kind of thing. Okay, so Useeffect help to perform the side effects in the functional component. Means, okay, whenever something is happened, okay, if you want to perform something extra, that called as a side effect. Okay, like something is happened means like some event is triggered, or some value of the particular variable is updated, or user has performed some action on the UI, like on click, or some like checkbox checked, or select radio button, something is happened. Okay, once that event or that trigger is happened, you want to perform some extra activity, means side effect you want to perform. For that purpose, this Useeffect hook is used. Okay, like in general, like this used. Okay, like for example, on load, once the page is load, okay, you want to perform some action, okay, like fetch the data, okay, that kind of things you can perform. Or like, let's say user select particular radio button, okay, once that select of particular radio button, you want to perform something extra, that kind of thing you can perform using this Useeffect. Okay, it runs every render, means when I will show you the what is the syntax. Okay, this Useeffect, whatever the function you will return write, okay, that will run as soon as the like component rendered. Okay, so like as soon as the like if we don't provide any conditional logic, it will runs every render. Whenever the page is rendered, kind of thing will happen, it will load the logic whatever you have written inside the function. Okay, so in general, this function is used for the fetching the data, subscribing to event, or updating the document. Okay, kind of thing I already told you, like on load or on particular event or particular trigger. If you want to perform something extra, you want to implement some logic for your use case, that time you can use this Useeffect hook. Okay, now let's try by the practical. Okay, now here, as you see in the last video, like we have the two text box. One is like the original and second one is the replica. Whenever we enter something, it's get copied to another one. Okay, now what I want to implement the third text box here. Okay, which will be like I will enter the some text is here in original, that will copy to replica. Okay, once that copy to replica is happen, I want to, there is a third box which will show the reverse of the string. Whatever we entered here, the third one will show the reverse of that one. Okay, that activity I want to perform. So how I can do? Okay, as I showed you, like we will use the use effect hook here. Okay, so for that one, let me create first another div. Okay, which will be like reverse. Okay, reverse, and instead of let me show the as it is otex currently. Okay, so let's go to this one. Okay, let me add some padding here, like here I will copy same thing whatever I used previously. Alright, now I have the three text box: original, replica and reverse. Okay, as soon as I entered here, it's getting replicated here, right? A, B, C, whatever I am typing here, okay, that is getting replicated to both text box, replica and reverse. Okay, what I want now, as soon as this copied to replica one, I want to the reverse of this text whatever entered here should be displayed here. Okay, so for that one I am going to use the one Usestate variable, let's say as a reverse text. Okay, constant, let's give the name as a reverse text r text, then the method set r text. Okay, and use state hooks will be like a initial value will be blank. Okay, now instead of this o text I will provide the value as a r text. Alright, now here you will see it's compiled. Okay, it will be blank. Even now I copied here, it will be copied to original and replica because I have not set any value to this r text. Now I want to update the value of r text as soon as it copied to the replica, right? So how I will get the information? So we have copied to this replica because we have the variable o text. Okay, as soon as on key up, what we are doing, we are updating the value of o text. Whenever there is a value update to o text, it is getting copied to another. Okay, means I have the things which can identify the value is copied. Like whenever there is a change in the value of o text, okay, whenever there is a change in the value of o text, I want to perform some reverse action, and that will be displayed into this reverse text box, right? So now let's see what is the syntax for use effect. Okay, so for that one, as like Usestate, we have to use Useeffect. Okay, now Useeffect, it's a function which accepts two parameter. First one is the function. Okay, first one is the function, like where you want to add your logic. Okay, and the second one is the array of the condition on which this Useeffect should load. Okay, so now let me give some proper indentation. Okay, so this is the Useeffect function, okay, which accept the two parameter. First one is the function, okay, where you want to perform the some logic. Okay, after some thing happened, okay, this will be the like side effect logic whatever you want to perform. Okay, and the second one is the dependencies, like on which condition or like what is the effect. Okay, what something happened, okay, that thing you have to perform here. Okay, so what I will do, if you don't add any condition here, okay, this will run after every render. Whenever this component will render, this function will get execute if you don't specify any condition here. Okay, but now what I want now, whenever there is a change in the o text value, I want to perform something operation here. So what I will do, I will add in the conditional array, I will add the o text variable. Okay, so whenever there is a change in the value of o text variable, that is the original text, okay, whenever there is a change in the value, I want to perform something. Okay, so what I am going to now, okay, I have to reverse it, right? Whenever there is a change in the value, okay, I have to reverse it, and that value will be print to this reverse text box. Okay, so let's take the one variable. Let's variable name will be the temp value something. Okay, I will use the temp value. Okay, then okay, so what where we have the current value stored, whenever we enter the value, that will be stored into the o text variable, right? Original text. So o text. Okay, then how to reverse, okay, the string into the this JavaScript, we have to first split it so that it will create the array. Okay, just split it, then once we get the array of this character, just reverse it. Okay, we have the function called as a reverse. Okay, once we got the reverse of this array, just join it and create the one string. Okay, alright, so this will return the reverse of the string. Whatever the value we have in the o text, we will converting into this reverse, and we are storing into the variable temp value. Now I want to assign this value to the r text, so we have the function set r text, and I will assign this value temp value. Okay, so what I have did till now, like I have used these hooks called as Useeffect. Okay, this will be run, this whatever the logic I have run will be run after the value change in the o text. Whenever there is a change in the value of o text, okay, this function will get executed, and in the logic what I have written, I have whatever the value we in the original text, we are reversing it, and that is we are storing into the r text variable. Okay, and that r text variable we are displaying into this third text box. Okay, let's see whether it's working or not. Let's go to this UI, let it compile. Compiled successfully. Now I am adding a, so as it is single word, so it will be same a b. So here you can find a b, and in reverse we have ba. Now let me add c here, a b c, c b a v. Here you can find everything, it is getting reverse. Okay, so what I have used here, I have used the concept of Useeffect. Useeffect help us to perform the operation whenever there is a side effect kind of thing you want to perform. Whenever there is a something event triggered, after that you want to perform something extra. For that purpose, this Useeffect hook is helpful. Hope so guys, you are clear with this concept of Useeffect hook. This is one of the inbuilt hooks present in the React. Okay, so let's see how to use it. So it is an alternative to the Usestate. Okay, so in previous lectures we have seen that Usestate, that hook is used for the maintaining the states, right? So this Usereducer is also the alternative, and by using this hook also we can manage the states. Okay, so if you have, then you will have the question, if we have that use state already, then why there is a use or need of this Usereducer hook? Okay, so in last example, right, where we copy the original text to the another box, and then another box we copied to reverse string, right? There we have used the two variables, right, o text and two state variable, o text and reverse, right? Imagine if we have the multiple variables, right? Let's say we have the forms, okay, then fields, then in particular fields we have to find a variable for to display the error message. If it is not valid, we have to find like a alternate error message. If it is like a validation message, like if we have the multiple variables, and then you need to create the multiple states variable, right? Or imagine if we have the complex state management kind of thing. Now because by using the use state we have used the variable, right? And if we have the multiple, like let's say 10 15 variable we need to maintain, right? So that time to use this use state, it's like a quite like a complicated and not maintainable, because like it sometime it will happen like we will forgot to update the state of another variable, like we will update the one variable, other will not update, syncing will not happen proper. So that time of complexity may occur if we have the complex state management. To make it simple, if we have the more variable for which we have to maintain the state, then we have the alternate solution, that is the use reducer. By using the use reducer we can maintain the state like a object. Okay, we will create one object which have the multiple variable, like we will create the object text which will have the two fields like original text, reverse text, any validation message, copied, anything we can add to that object, and we can maintain the state for that object. Okay, so let's see. It allows you to manage the state using the reducer function. Okay, I will tell you how this reducer function we have to write. Okay, useful when the state transition are complex or involve the multiple sub values. So let's see what is the syntax or format to write the use reducer. So this is the quite similar to use state. We have to declare the constant, and we have to declare the two variable state, second is the dispatch, equal to use reducer function. We have to pass the two parameter, reducer function and initial state. So let me explain one by one what is this state, dispatch, reducer and initial state. Here the state is the current state value. Like for the use state we have declared the o text, like original text value, right? This is nothing but the state value, current state value, it's the same. Then dispatch is a function used to dispatch the action to the reducer. Okay, so this is nothing but the one of the function. Okay, when that function will be called, okay, once that function is called, as a callback it will call the reducer function. So whatever the function we have declared here, it will get called. Okay, so don't be confused. Okay, by looking at this you will find it difficult to understand, but by the example you will feel it is a very easy. Okay, so first one is state, nothing but the value, okay, to variable. Okay, then dispatch is nothing but the function. Like in state we have the setter function, right? Set o text, set reward text, right? Whatever the function we saw in the previous example, same we have the dispatch, it's a function. Okay, when that function get called as a callback, okay, it will call the reducer function. Okay, now reducer is a reducer function that specifies how the state should be updated. Okay, so reducer is the function which accepts the two parameter, state like previous state, then action like action. By using the action we can update the previous state. Means reducer is the function, by using that function we can update the state, where like we want to update like o text, reward text, whatever the variable we want to update, we can update that variable inside that reducer function. Means reducer is the function which help us to update the state. Okay, in simple language. Next one is initial state. Like in the use state we specify the initial values, right? We can specify 0, blank, whatever the value we can, right? Same use reducer accept the parameter initial state. So where we have to declare the initial values for this our state. Okay, hope so guys, you are theoretically you get 50% at least if you are able to collate the 50%. Okay, I will make sure like you will get the complete knowledge by after the end of the practical session. Okay, hope so. So let's move on to the practical session. See how to use this Usereducer function instead of the Usestate. So in the till the time we have used these two state functions, right? Usestate for oText and the rtext, that is original text and reverse text. Okay, now try to use this Usereducer. Like as I said, whenever you have the complex state management, like we have the multiple state management variables, then how to avoid that one and use the Usereducer. Okay, because Usereducer will simplify this state management. Okay, so let's try. Let's create the Usereducer function here. So syntax is same, constant. We have to declare the constant array. First variable will be the variable, that is nothing but the state variable. Okay, then the second one we have to pass the dispatch function. Okay, is equal to Usereducer, that will accept the two parameter. The first one is the reducer function. You can use any name, but recommended to use the reducer name. Then the second one, and the second parameter is the initial state. This is nothing but the same as we have in a state Usestate, right? Initial values. Okay, so first one is the state variable. Okay, so this variable, state variable, will hold all the state management variables. Okay, then second one is the dispatch. This is nothing but the one of the method, okay, which will call this reducer method as a callback method. And third one is the initial state. So let's create one by one of this one. Okay, now let's first remove this use state variable whatever we have declare. Okay, alright, now let's create the first initial state. Okay, so const initial state equal to, I will create the object which will have the two fields. Like first one is oText. Okay, oText, which will have the initial value as a blank. Second one is rtext, nothing but the reverse text, which has the initial value as the blank. So that is done. Now initial values whatever we want to declare for this our variable oText and reverse text is declare. Now let's create this reducer function. So reducer function, okay, reducer function is receiving the two parameters. Okay, we'll accept the two parameter. Okay, so that two parameter are, first one is the state, that is nothing but the current state, okay, before updating, and the second one is action. Okay, and this function will return the state. Okay, after your logic, how to update whatever the logic you want to implement by updating that state. After once you update the state, you have to return that state. Okay, as of now currently I am returning state as it is. Okay, what is this action, right? What is this action? What I am doing wrong here? Okay, alright. Okay, so what is this action? Action is nothing but when we are calling the dispatch method will call this reducer as a callback method, and this dispatch method will pass this action variable to this reducer. Okay, so let's say now we have declared this Usereducer, we have created this reducer function, we have declared the initial values also. Now these two are remaining, right? So dispatch, so dispatch is nothing but the method which we have to call for this updation of the state, right? So as we have the onKeyUp function we have already created, right? Whenever user types something, this function will get called, right? onKeyHandler. So onKeyHandler, let me remove the state set text variable because we have already removed that by using the Usestate, right? That is no more because we have already removed. Now once user clicked once user entered some variable or some like value in that text, this function will get called, okay, because it's called on key up. As soon as we inside this function, we can use like a dispatch method. We can call the dispatch method. To this dispatch method, I will pass the object, one object. This dispatch method, whenever we'll call the reducer method, whatever the object we are passing here will be passed as an action. Whatever the object we are passing to this dispatch method, whenever the dispatch method will call the reducer method as a callback method, will pass as a action variable. Okay, so now in this object, what I will do, I will add the two syntax. Okay, the first one is like what is the type. Okay, now I will create the first variable is the like a type in this action. Okay, this will be the type. Okay, let's say give the like a update, whatever the value, let's say update or copy. Now let's say I am giving the name as a copy. Okay, then second variable, it's nothing but let's give as a payload. Okay, I have given the name as a payload. Now inside that payload, what I want to pass, whatever the user has entered the value. So event dot target dot value. Okay, so now what I have done, I have called the dispatch method, pass the one object which has the two field, type and the payload. Type value is the copy, or you can give as a reverse, whatever you want. Okay, reverse, I have given the like a reverse, then payload as a whatever the value user has entered. Now what this dispatch method will do, internally as a callback, it will call the reducer method. Okay, it will call the reducer method and will pass this object as an action. So now inside this reducer function, we get all this whatever the updated value user has entered as a payload. Okay, now what I want to, I have to update the state value. This state value has the current like previous value of the state. Okay, now as soon as the user has updated, I have to update it, right? So what I have to do, I have to use the spread syntax, what we have discussed in previous lecture, right? What is the spread syntax? Okay, so state. Okay, out of the state, I have to update the value of o text and r text, right? So o text, and what will be the value of this action dot payload, right? Action dot payload. Similarly, I have to update the value of the r text also. R text value will be like action dot payload dot split, whatever the reverse logic we have written, split, then reverse, then join. Alright, so what I have done, so like we have created the reducer function. This reducer function will be called by this dispatch method and pass the variable like a type and payload. Now once you come to this reducer function, we have to return the state. We have the previous state, now I have to update this state. Okay, so with the updated value, so I have used the spread syntax, like which will copy all the variable as it is. Now I have to update the value for this o text and r text. So I have used the spread syntax to replace the value of this particular field. O text will be updated by the action.payload and r text will be updated by the action.payload.split reverse, whatever the function we have written for the reversing the string. Now we have the all o text and reverse text inside the variable called as a state. Okay, so because Usereducer has added the value to the state function, state variable, now we have to show on the UI, right? So previously we have written that o text because we have used the use state, but currently it's like now using the use reducer, which has the variable as a state nothing but it's a object which has the multiple values. So for that one we have the state dot o text, because here you can see in initial values we have declared as o text and r text. These are nothing but the values of state. Okay, so here also I will make it as a state dot r text. Now let's try to run it. Let it compile. Okay, it's giving warning some because we have already removed that one, but import statement is not removed, so let's clear it. Okay, perfect. So no warning now. Now let's see. Let me refresh it once. Now as soon as I type a, so all values are replicating. Let me give as a b. So here you can see original AB, replica AB, reverse is BA. Means whatever I am typing, it is getting updated. Means this is nothing but the by using the state management. And now we are not using the use state, we are using the reducer, right? By using the reducer we are updating the states. Okay, so for example, if you have the multiple state, you can use the use reducer function. Now here I have given the type as the reverse. In your case you can have the multiple scenarios. That time simply you can write the switch case here, like if action dot type is equal to reverse, then update the state with these values. If else, like action dot type is equal to copy, update the state with these values. That kind of logic you can apply. Means whenever there is a complex logic you have to apply on the state management, that time you can go with the use reducer. Hope so guys, you are clear with the use reducer hook. The state, then use reducer, then use effect. Okay, now the next hook is use ref. Okay, so now let's see how to use this use ref and for what purpose we should use it. The use ref hook in the React allows you to create a mutable reference that persists across the renders. Then it can be used to access and manipulate the DOM element and store the mutable value. By looking at this definition, it's somewhat difficult to understand it. Okay, so let me explain you in a simpler way by using the practical. Okay, so let's jump to the practical session. Okay, now here you can see, like I have created the functional component, like it's a empty functional component. I have removed everything from it. Okay, and now it's like a blank. Okay, now what I am going to do, let's say till that let me create a one form. Okay, let me create a one input form simply. Okay, let me create the div. Okay, let me copy paste. Let me create here input type is equal to text. Okay, and name is equal to, let me give as a username. All right, and let me close this input type. Okay, similarly let me copy this. Let me add as a like a password. Let me give the name username and password. Okay, after that div let me create one button, input type is equal to submit. Alright, and let's close it. Alright, little bit. Alright, okay, so I have created the two fields, username and password, and after that I have added the submit button. Okay, so here you can see we got the username and password. Alright, so what I want, once I click on this submit, I have to capture this username and password whatever the user has added, and after that I have to call the REST API, and in real time example you need to post this data to particular endpoint. Okay, so till the time we have seen like whenever how to capture the values of any field by using the event, right? Event.target.value. But now I don't want like when we have seen like when we key up or key down or like blur, we have captured the data from this field. Okay, but now I want to capture the data when I submit this. Okay, I don't want like on key up, like every key I'm pressing and after that I'm getting the value. That I don't want. Now I want the values whatever the user and username and password we have, whatever the value entered by the user, when I click on the submit I want to capture it. So for that one we can use this useref. Okay, so let me show you how to do that. So first we have to declare the one constant. Let's say I'm giving the constant as a username is equal to useref initial value. Okay, if you want to give it, or you can keep it as a blank means null. Const I will create for the password also, username password useref. You have to create the constant of the useref using the useref hooks. Okay, make sure you are importing the useref from the React. Okay, now I have created the two constant for this reference like username and password. Now what I have to do, I have to bind this username and password with this two input field. Okay, so for that one we have the attribute ref. Okay, reference is equal to, in curly bracket we have to pass the name username, and here for the password ref is equal to, not like that, we have to pass in the bracket. Okay, password. So whatever the we have declared we have used here. Okay, now on submit I have to capture this one. So on click, okay, whenever the user click on the submit button, I will get the function like click handler. Okay, so now I will create the function for this click handler, constant click handler. Alright, now I want to capture the value of this username and password whatever the user is going to enter. So for that one, as these are the like we have bind with the reference, okay, we have the access to this DOM element for username and password. Okay, so this use reference will return the object of current. Okay, so we can get the value by using the current object. So how? So let me show you. Let's take the one variable let temp, I am giving as a username, temp username equal to, we have this username, right? So username dot current, this is the object which is written by the reference, username dot current dot value. Alright, so we will capture the value from the username dot current dot value. Similarly we can capture the value for the password. Let's take the variable temp password equal to same value password dot current dot value. let me alert it, or console. You can add the console.log. Let me add username, whatever we are getting. Sorry, temp username. Similarly, let me capture password. Let's try now. Let me refresh it first. I am adding ABC as the username and XYZ as a password. Let's click on submit. So username ABC, password XYZ. So here you can see what I have done. Okay, simply I have created the two variable, constant variable, by using this useref hook. Okay, so by using the useref hook we have created the two variable, username and password. After that, whatever the input type or for which you want to get the values, okay, we have to bind it by using the reference tag. Okay, ref is equal to curly bracket, pass the variable name. Okay, after that, whenever you want to extract the value, you can extract the value by using the current object of that use reference, current dot value. Once we get the value, you can perform whatever the operation you want to perform on that values. Hope so guys, you are clear with the use ref hook. So next one is like till the time we have seen the inbuilt hooks, right? Now it's time to create our own hook, that is custom hook. Okay, so what is mean by custom hook? When we create the custom hook, right, creating a custom hook in React allows you to encapsulate reusable logic and share it across the different component. What is mean by that? Like if in your application, if there is a certain piece of code which is like repeatable, like it is used like multiple places, okay, and you have rewritten it, so instead of rewriting it again and again, what you can do, you can extract that particular piece of code, create your own custom hook and use that custom hook whenever, wherever you want to use it. Okay, so to creating the custom hook, okay, there is some nomenclature which we have to follow. Like whenever we create the function, like hook is nothing but the function, right, which start with the name of use. Okay, so whatever the hooks we will create, that should be start with the word use. Okay, so now let's try to understand by the practical. Okay, so let's create the first file. Okay, let's create the component where we will use our custom hook. Okay, so why there is a need, so that we will understand first. Okay, so let's create a like a component called as a like a custom hook user, custom hook user dot jsx. This is like our regular component. Okay, so I have created the component custom hook user. Okay, like this custom hook component will use the custom hook whatever we will create. Okay, so like import react from react. All right, then export default function UI. All right, so I have created the blank component. Okay, custom hook user. Okay, now let's say we have the two list. Let's give as a name as a list 1. Okay, let's create a two constant first, const let's give the name as a list1. Okay, I have the first list. Okay, and let's say it's a array of string. Okay, so let me give the name as a item comma okay, so item 1, item 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so I have created the list 1. Okay, now what I want to render this list, okay, inside our our page. Okay, so what I will do, I already told you if we have the list how to display on the UI. So we have to use the function called as map. Okay, so what I will do, so first we have to create the unordered list. Alright, we have created the unordered list. Then now we have to iterate this list by using the map function. So for that one, okay, so what is the name is list1, right? List1 dot map, which will have the two parameter we will have. The one is like each item comma, second one is index. Alright, then we have to iterate it. Perfect. Inside this we have to mention the whatever the things we have to display, like we are going to create the list of items. So li here, inside li we will have the key. We have to display the key is nothing but the index. Alright, and value is nothing but the item. Alright, so what I have done, so we have created the one list, okay, which has the 5 items, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and we are displaying on the UI. Okay, now whatever the page we have created custom hooks user. Okay, let me add into app.js file. Okay, custom hook user. Alright, and let me comment this one, functional component, first functional component. Okay, so let's see on the UI, we should get the item 1, item 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, awesome. So what we have done, simply we have created the one component. Inside that we have the list which has the 5 items, and that we have display on the UI. Now let's see if we have the again another list. Let's say we have the list of again 5, like let's say name is a list2. Okay, list2, and this will be like a 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. I have to display this list of 2 also, list 2 also I have to display. Then again what I have to do, let's say I will add the br statement first here, so that we will get on the next line. Okay, now I have to repeat this one, right? Whatever the code I have written here to display this list items, I have to again repeat it for the list 2. Similarly, whatever I have written for the list 1, same one I have to repeat for the list 2. Let's see on the UI. So here you can see 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, alright. So here you can see for the 2 list we have repeated this code. Okay, so this code is similar, just only the variable name is changed. Okay, like data is changed, but all the logic and whatever we are displaying here, it's a putting here, it's the same one. So it means like it's a repetitive. So what we can do, we can extract this code of piece, okay, and create our own custom hook, and that custom hook we will use here. Okay, so how to create the custom hooks? Let's create now. Okay, so let me give the name, like it's like a display hook, right? I am going to display the list. Okay, so I will give the name as a use display list hook, okay, dot jsx. Okay, let me copy the name. All right, now open that file. Okay, here we have to create the function. Creating the custom hooks means we have to create the function. Okay, export default function, name of the function, opening and closing bracket. Okay, so what I want to create the hook, okay, which will return me this list items. Based on the list, it will return me the list items. Okay, so what I will do, this whatever the hooks we are creating with the name use. Okay, so what I am going to do, it will take the one parameter as a list. Okay, now whenever there is a whenever we anyone use this hook, we should have some function which should called. Okay, so for that one we will use the use effect. Okay, so this is the hook which will help us to create the side effect. Okay, so whenever anyone will use this hook, okay, this function should call, okay, use effect, okay, which has the two parameter function. First one is the function and the second one is the like a dependency for which it should work. Okay, when it should re-render based on the condition. Whenever this condition is satisfied or like a change in the condition dependency, that function will execute. Okay, so when I want to render this or like execute this one, whenever this list is changed. Okay, so whenever the list input list is changed, this function should execute again. Okay, all right, so what I will do now, okay, so I will create the let's say I will create one variable temp list items. Okay, temp list items, okay, which equal to, okay, like I have to create list items, right? I have to create the list items. Okay, so li, then closing li. All right, then inside the li, okay, so whatever the logic I have put here, okay, so map one, this one, okay, I will copy this one. Same whatever I am going to write here, okay, I will copy this one, okay, and I will put it here. Okay, let me refactor it. Alright, so what I have done, I copy pasted this repeated code and pasted inside this use effect. Now whatever this list, okay, unordered list we have, okay, it's in a variable temp list. Okay, so this list will be based on this variable list. So let me make it as a list. Okay, list dot map, and it will create this list based on the input called as a list. Okay, now let me create constant and give me the like list items. Okay, name is list item, and we'll give the function name as a set list items. Okay, is equal to, I will use the hook use state here. Okay, alright. Now once this is done, like iteration is done and we have this temp list item is ready, what I will do, I will assign this one to set list items. List items is equal to temp list items. Whatever the variable we have, I will assign to this list items. Okay, now what I can do, from this I can return this list items. Alright, so what I have done, so I have created the one function which start with use display list hook. Okay, basically I have created this hook to display the list items like in a unordered list. Okay, so what I have done, so I have written first Useeffect function. Okay, which will execute if the value of this list will change. Okay, inside that Useeffect I have copy pasted the logic whatever we have repeated here, right? So same logic I have copy pasted here, that will return the list, okay, of the list of the unordered list, which will return the unordered list for these items. Okay, now to return this I have used the like same Usestate, okay, hook to maintain the state of this variable, okay, list items. Okay, then I have set this whatever the temp variable where we have stored the unordered list, okay, to this list item variable by using the set list items function. Okay, now once we got this list into this variable like list items, I have written this one. Okay, now it's time to use this hook inside our custom hook user component. So here we have these two, right? So what I can do, simply let's say const, because our whatever the hooks we have created custom hook that return the list like list items. So I will simply give the name as a like a list items 1. Okay, is equal to name of the our hook use display list hook, okay, which takes the parameter as a list. So I will pass the list 1. Okay, alright. Now this list item whatever the our hook is returning the unordered list. Okay, so we have this unordered list inside this list item. Alright, so simply what I will do, I will remove this, I will use our curly bracket and will simply display this list item, because this list item will itself contain the unordered list. Okay, similarly what I will do, I will copy paste for the second one, use display list hook which will accept the list 2 as a parameter. Okay, and it will return the like list 2 list item 2. Okay, so similarly I will remove this. Okay, or simply will display this list item 2. You can see our component is like much clearer now. We whatever the repeated code we had previously, we moved to the separate hook. Okay, and that hook we have used multiple times, like here we have used twice. Okay, so now let's see, our output should be the same. Perfect. So here you can see I am refreshing that one, still we are getting item 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So what I have done, so whatever the repeated code we had previously, I removed it, like I have extracted it and created the custom hook. Okay, that custom hook we have used several times. You can use within a same component multiple time, or in a different component you can use the same hook. So that is how we have to create the custom hook. Hope so guys you are clear with the concept of how to create your custom hook. So the next very important topic is the like sharing the data between the components. Okay, as in our real time application, okay, we will have the multiple components. Okay, so like some of them will be like nested components, like we'll have the hierarchical order, like parent component, then child component, like multiple component nested within each other. Okay, like some of the components will be like independent, like all be on the same level. Okay, so based on the hierarchical level or like nesting level, okay, we have the different approaches, okay, to share the data between the components. Okay, so let's see the first one. Like whenever we have the like parent child component type hierarchy, okay, whenever you want to share the data from parent to child component, okay, that time we can use the concept of props. Okay, so parent can send the data to the child component as a props, and while rendering, child component can access this data and rendered on the UI. Okay, so whenever we have the parent child kind of nesting level, okay, so that time we can go with the props. Okay, this is the like a very important things. Okay, in your application we will have the multiple components, and whenever we have the parent child relationship kind of thing, that time we should use the props to share the data. Next one is like the context API. So if we have the multiple components, okay, irrespective of their nesting level, okay, so like some of the components will not be having the like parent child kind of relationship, like all are like independent component or like at the same level, or even if you want to share the data in the like parent child kind of thing, we can go with the context API. Okay, so what context API do? The context API allows you to create a shared data store. Okay, it will create the one data store where you can set the data, and that data store will have the access. Okay, so all the component can access that data store. Okay, so whenever we want to share the data, we will set or put that data into that data store, and that data store is accessible to all the component, and that data can be modified by the any component. Okay, so this is the second approach, like the context API. Irrespective of the nesting level, we can use the context API. Now the third one is like a Redux or Mobex. These are nothing but the libraries, which is like a whenever you want to for like if we have the application where we have the complex application with the advanced state management needs. Okay, so like we have the complex application where we have the complex logic and like a big data kind of thing we want to share. Okay, that time we can go with the Redux or Mobex. These are nothing but the external libraries, okay, which we have to add in our dependencies, and then we can use in our React application. So these are the three types where we can use for the sharing the data amongst the component: props, context API, Redux or mobs. Okay, let's see one by one by the practical. All right, so to see the by practical how to share the data amongst the like multiple component. So first we are going to see the props. Okay, so props, as I told you, this is useful whenever you want to send or share the data from parent component to child component. Okay, to explain this by the practical, okay, I have created the two component. One is parent component, okay, currently it's a blank. Okay, then I have created the child component, which is also the blank. Okay, so now what I want, okay, currently this parent component and child component, there is no relationship. These are the independent components. Okay, so to explain this props, okay, let me take the one variable. Let name is equal to, let's say I am creating the variable name which has the value as Vijay. Okay, now and I will print this name, hi name. Okay, welcome to react child component. All right, so I have created this one variable name which has the value Vijay, and I have used this variable inside our JSX code by using the curly bracket. Okay, so hi Vijay, welcome to the react child component. Okay, now what I want to inject this child component into the parent component. Okay, so for that one, just simply to inject, how we have to inject this, simply we have to add the tag with the name this child component. Okay, so as I told you, react specific, like our tags will be in the capital and HTML tags will be in the lowercase, right? So import this child component, okay, from the file child components, and I have added into the parent component. So now it's become a parent child relationship actually, right? So this parent component having the one child, that is named as a child component. Okay, now let me save it, and let's see on the UI. Okay, so here you can see, hi Vijay, welcome to react child component. Perfect. So whatever we are printing into this child component, it is getting a display on the UI. But what if I want to share this whatever the name from the parent component? I want this name to be shared from the parent component to child component. Currently this child component, it's a part of the child component only. Okay, that's why this variable whatever we have, it's a local variable. Okay, and that's why we are using curly bracket and we are simply printing it. But if I want to send the data from the parent component, this name should be sent from the parent component. Okay, so let me create another variable. Let's say let p name. Okay, variable name as a like a parent name. Okay, and let's say I have given the parent name as a like a abc. Okay, now I have given the value as a abc. Now what I want to use this parent name to be in the child component, right? So let me try directly here whether it is accessible or not. So here only you can find return. Okay, sorry, it is like a semicolon. Okay, now let me try, instead of this name I will try to access this variable parent name. Let's save it and let it be compiled first. Okay, so here you can see we are getting the error parent name is not defined. Okay, in the child component, means whatever the variable we have in the parent component, it is not accessible into the child component directly, right? So what as discussed, like we have the property called as a props, so we can send this value from the parent component to child component by using the props. Okay, so for that simply what you have to do, we have to declare the attribute for this tag. Okay, whatever the child component. So let's say I want to send the data as a variable, we have to declare the one variable name. Let's say I will give the name as a data. Okay, whatever the data I am sharing from the parent component, okay, I am assigning the name as a like a data. Okay, then inside that data whatever the value you want to send it to child component. What I want to send the parent name. Okay, what I am doing simply here, I am sending the data by using the attribute. Okay, you can give the any name data, or you can give simply the p name is equal to parent name, and we have to pass the value. Okay, this is nothing but the like how we have to send the data to the child component. Okay, once you send this data to child component, in child component we have to receive it. Okay, we have to, there should be something to receive it, and like we have to extract that data, right? For that one, how, like whenever the parent sends the data by this like means by using some tags. Okay, so this will be received to child component by using the props. Okay, so to receive that one, simply that definition of this our like whatever the signature of child component, we have to add there the props. Okay, so whatever the data we are sending here, okay, we will receive in the child component through the props. Okay, now once we have this props, okay, simply you can extract the data from the props. Okay, props dot whatever the value we have given that variable. Now here is the variable have the value as a data, so props dot data. Okay, let me try this. It should display like ABC, right? So here we are getting some exception. Parent name is not defined. Okay, we have declared, right? Props dot data child component control C parent name, like let parent name, we have given the parent name also. Let me refresh it again once. So here you can see we got the name like hi ABC, welcome to React child component. Like this ABC, it's coming from the parent, right, to the child component. Let me change this value. Let's say def. Okay, I am changing in the parent component. Okay, now so here you can see hi def, welcome to React component. Okay, so means whatever the data we are sending from the parent, okay, that is we are sending through this like attribute. That attribute will be captured in the child component by using the props. Okay, so whatever the you can give any name, like I have given the data, I can give as a name also. Okay, make sure whenever you whatever the name you have specified as a attribute name, that should only be used while accessing the data. So I have to change it to name. Okay, still it should work. Hi def, welcome to React. Okay, so this is how the props works. Okay, so here simply we have seen this like for the simple variable we are passing the simple variable and its value, right? So hope so guys you now aware about this how this props works. Okay, so in next lecture we will see. Now currently we have passed only the simple variable. We will see how to pass the function if we have any particular function in the parent component, and how to pass that parent component function to the child component. So that we will see in the next lecture. Alright, so to explain how this send a function to the child component from the parent component, okay, let me create the two component first. So like let me create new file. I will create the component like increment component. Okay, increment dot jsx. Okay, let me create another component decrement dot jsx. Okay, so what I have created, I have created the two component, increment component and decrement. Import react from react. All right, export default function. Why I am writing this every time, so that you will get this habit. Okay, export default function, like name is like increment, right? Increment functional component which returns UI. Currently it's a blank. Alright, similarly let me copy paste this one and create the decrement component. Name is the decrement. Perfect, right? So we have created two component, increment and decrement. So this increment component, okay, let me create button. Okay, input type is equal to, let me do there as a button. Alright, and let me give this increment component. Okay, what will happen whenever we clicked on it? Okay, it will increase the count, it will increment the count, click how many time we clicked, that will be increment. Okay, so for that one, let me create the one variable. Let me create, instead of creating, like I will create the state management, like Usestate. Okay, constant, let's give the name as a count. Second is the like a set count. Alright, is equal to Usestate, which has the initial value as a 0. Alright, okay, now on click on this, and this button will display the value of the count. Alright, so let me see first whether it is working or not. Okay, let me remove this child component, because now we are using the parent component and increment or decrement as a child component. So increment. Okay, so this is nothing but our component, increment component, right? So let's run it, let it compile. So here we can see, okay, void element tag must be implemented. So the here in increment, okay, no need to this, because we have the only one single one. So let's try now. Perfect. Or still we are getting the issue. So what is this, the issue we have here? Alright, input type is equal to button count. Alright, so let me give the name as a value is equal to count. Okay, let me run it. Alright, so we got the value as a 0. Alright, so what I want, okay, whenever I clicked on this, okay, that should increment. So I can write on click, right? On click function, I can add the on click handler, right? I will create one method, on click handler. Okay, alright, so I will create this function, const on click handler. Alright, what I am going to do, okay, let me take the another variable, temp count. Whenever we click, we have to increment, right? Temp count is equal to count variable, we have count plus 1. Alright, and that one I have to set it, right? Set count, I will set the temp count now. Okay, so whatever the increment value, we will store into the count variable. Now let's try. Let me close this one, refresh it. Alright, as soon as whenever I am clicking, you can see it is incrementing, right? So like currently we are getting the values, right? Awesome. Now let's do one thing. Okay, so instead of displaying inside the button, okay, what I want to display the like above. Let me create one div first. Okay, alright, alright, and in this div I will display simply this count. Alright, this count, and inside this one, let me close this one. Alright, if we have the multiple tags, so we have to wrap into the single. Okay, so let me use this fragment to close into the single one. Let me format it. Okay, let me explain what I have done. Okay, so what I did, I have created a simple one tag where I am displaying the count instead of displaying over on the button. Okay, simply I have given the let me give the value as a like increment. Alright, so let's see on the UI increment. Here we can see whenever we are clicking, this count is getting increase. Okay, so what I have did, I have created the increment counter. Okay, so I have created one button where on click on this button I am simply increasing the count. Alright, now similarly I have to create for the decrement also. Okay, so logic will be the same. Let me the copy paste this one. Where is the decrement? Yes, so what I am doing, I am copy pasting the logic of the increment, okay, inside the decrement. Okay, the only the difference is I have to change the button name. It's like a decrement. Okay, and here instead of plus I have to give it as a -1. Alright, so let's see now. And in parent component, okay, I have to use as a decrement. Okay, sorry, I have to include both actually to explain this example. Okay, now what I have to do, I am going to add the decrement also. So I have the both component inside the our parent component, increment as well as the decrement. So let's see on the UI. Okay, used it because we have copy pasted, so we have not imported here. Okay, so where we have used Usestate, right? So we have to import this one first. Okay, so that it will work. Okay, so here you can see we have the increment, we have the decrement. Okay, so now you can see this both having its own state, right? When I'm clicking on the increment, it is increasing his count. Okay, when I'm decrement, it is decreasing the another count. Okay, so let's say if I want this common count, okay, let's say 0. When I clicking on this, it should display 1. Okay, when I'm clicking on the decrement, it should decrease that current count, not its own. Okay, so these are the different two counts. Now these are the separate two counts. What I want this count should be like common. Okay, so when I'm clicking on the increment, it should increase that count only. When I'm clicking on decrement, it should decrease that count only, not its own count. Okay, so I have to make it as a common now. Okay, so how I can make it? Okay, instead of creating this variable, declaring inside this each component, okay, decrement and increment component, we have this count, right? Instead of declaring that one, okay, what I will do, I will declare this one, okay, inside the parent component. Okay, so let's move this to the parent component. Okay, whatever we have, this one I will move it to the parent component. Let me remove it from the child component. Let's paste here. Okay, similarly remove from the decrement also. Alright, so what we have done, we removed from the increment and decrement and pasted into the parent component. Now we have this count in this one. Now what I have to do, I have to pass this count, okay, to this increment and decrement, because this is the common, right? We want to display as the same count. Alright, so instead of displaying the count in the each one, right, each component has displaying its own count, right? Instead of making it displaying 2 times, I want to print this count only once. That will be the common. So what I will do, I will move this one to the our parent component. Alright, so I have moved that count to display on the parent component. Okay, so this count is the part of parent component. Now in the increment and decrement, we don't have the count. Alright, so we have moved to parent component. Now, okay, what will happen when we click on this button, on click handler, okay, but we don't have any, right, because we have moved that one, that we don't have the what we called access, right, because we have removed, we have not passed as a props also. So what I will do, I will move this also on click handler. Okay, so on click handler I can move this one to the parent component. Okay, let's move this function, okay, to the our parent component. Alright, so I moved this function to the on click handler. Okay, now increment and decrement only has the button. Okay, no function, no handler, only the button, increment and decrement. Okay, so let me save it, all things. I have moved this count to the parent component and also the function. Okay, but when we compile it, we are getting the many issues. Like first one is Usestate. Okay, let me import this first, Usestate. Okay, let's save it now. Let's see whether it is successful. Still we are getting failed to compile. What is the issue? On click handler is not defined, because in increment on click we are calling the on click handler, but this on click handler is not a part of increment, or not, it's not a part of the decrement. Alright, because we have already moved this to the parent component. Now what we have to share the function, because now this is the part of the parent component, this function on click handler, which will be the work as increment or decrement, it's the part of the parent. Now I have to share this function, okay, reference of this function to the child component, so that whenever the child want to use this function, they can use it, right? So how to pass that one? Same like whatever we did for the properties kind of thing, we have to do it. Like let me give the I will simply give the name is what we called variable name, right? So what should I give this, like a proper variable, let's give the name as a increment method. This is nothing but the my attribute, okay, equal to, I have to give the name of this on click handler method, right? So increment method is nothing but the on click handler. Okay, so this is nothing but the increment method, okay, equal to, this is nothing but our variable, right? This is nothing but the variable which has the reference of this on click handler. Okay, now when you go to this increment, okay, so in increment, okay, it will be received as a props, right? Because we have sent it as a props, right? Simply we have created the variable, we have passed the reference of the on click handler. Inside this increment we are extracting through the props. Okay, now simply on click of this we have to use as a props dot whatever the method name we have given, like we have given the name as a increment method. Perfect. Now increment method has the reference of this on click handler, so whenever we click on this, it will call our on click handler method. Similarly for decrement also. Okay, so let me give the copy paste. Okay, instead of like increment method, what I will do, I will use the name as a decrement method. Okay, and similarly in the decrement also we have to receive this through the props. Okay, and on click handler we have to use as a props dot, what is the value we have passed to this decrement component as a decrement method, right? Alright, so what we have did, like we have passed the reference of the functions. Okay, awesome. So now let's try to run it. So it's a successful. Alright, so we got the increment and decrement. Let's try to click on the increment. 1 2 3 4, increment is working fine. Decrement still it is, oh, so we have added the copy paste, so both are the increasing, right? On click handler it is decrement, and like we have to decrease it, but as we have called this on click handler and has the logic of only the the increment or decrement, right? So what we have to do, we have to add some conditional logic. If it is increment, then we have to increase, or otherwise we have to decrease it, right? So to make it as a conditional increment or decrement, what I will do, whenever we are calling this function, I will pass, if it is increment, I will pass the value as a 1, and if it is decrement, I will pass the value as a -1. So that let's say I will accept the one parameter value, okay, and instead of 1, okay, I will add that value. If it is increment, I will receive the 1, okay, so count plus 1, it will increment. If it is a decrement, it will receive the -1, count -1. So in this way it will work, okay. So now let me pass this variable, okay. So in previous lectures I have showed you like how to pass the variable, okay, to function. So simply we have to write this way, okay. Pass the variable name, like let's say this is the increment, so I will add, I will pass the 1, okay, and same for the decrement, okay, we have to pass the argument kind of this, okay, and here I have to pass as a -1, okay. So for increment I am passing as a 1, and for decrement I am passing as a -1. So and here once we call this function, okay, because we are calling the same function from both, right, only based on the value we are incrementing or decrementing, okay. So that should work, okay. Let's go to the our UI. So let me rerun it, okay. Alright, so let me try to increment. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So increment is working perfectly fine. Let's try with the decrement. 9 8 7 8. Perfect. So it's working perfectly fine. Awesome. So increment and decrement is working perfectly fine. So what we have done, okay, instead of writing this count and function as a part of increment or decrement component, like child component, we moved to this, to the parent component, and we have shared the reference of this function to this like a child component, okay. So simply it is the same, like whatever we send the data kind of thing, same we have to do it, like a variable name, and then the whatever the name or value of that one, okay, on click handler, okay. Now once you got this one, okay, there we have to extract to the props, okay, props that whatever the name we have given, this is nothing but the method name for us, like a on click handler. Then we have passed the variable to make it as increment or decrement. Hope so guys, now you are clear how to use the function from the parent into the child component.
Context API. Okay, so what is context API? Okay. So till the time we have seen how to share the data from one component to second component, basically from parent component to the child component, how to share the data, that we have seen. How to share the data from parent component to child component by using the props, right, that we have seen. Now let's say there is a scenario when, let's say P1 want to share the data. Let's say there are another tree like structure C2. From C2 we have the another tree like structure C3. Let's say from P1 I have to share some data to C3, okay. So how to share the data from P1 to C3? By using the props. Like I have to pass these props from P1 to C1, from C1 to C2, again I have to pass these props, and from C2 to C3 I have to pass these props, okay. So it's like a delegate, like I have to pass the props from P1 to C1, from C1 again I need to pass this as it is prompts to C2, and from C2 again I need to pass this prompt to C3, and here I can access this data in the C3. Means to pass the data from P1 to C3 I need to pass these props through the all the component which comes in a hierarchy, right. So if we have the multiple component which is like having the tree like a structure, that time props is not a like a suitable option, because we have to pass through the multiple components, right? So even like this data is needed for C3, okay, it has to pass through all the child component, so it adds the extra load on the application, and like extra work also to, and also it is difficult to maintain, okay. So to avoid that one, when we have this multiple component tree like a structure and tree like a hierarchy between the component, and when we want to share the data, the suitable option is the like a context API. So that time we can use the context API. So what is that in context API? So basically what we have to create one context in the application. Let's say this is the like a my context, okay, I have given the name context, okay. Now this is the context, okay. So let's say P1 parent component want to share the data with the C3, and let's say P1 want to share the data called as D1. This D1 data he want to share from P1 to C3. So what it will do? So P1, okay, will set this D1 data inside this context, okay. P1 is setting the data inside the context, that is D1, okay. Now the here P1 act as a like a provider. P1 is acting like a provider, okay. Now we learn the two concepts. One is the like context, that is nothing but we have created the one context. This is nothing but the one container kind of thing, okay, in which we will save the data. Context is nothing but the one container, okay. Now in this container P1 want to share the data with C3, so whatever data he want to share, he will add into that container, that is in my context, okay. Now the component which is storing the data or want to share the data, that will act as a like a provider, okay. Now the next one, this data needs to be accessible or the like needs to be used by the C3. So what it will do, C3 will get this data from this context, okay, and how it will like, it will be like a then consumer. Here C3 becomes the consumer, okay. Here P1 put the data D1 inside this context, so P1 becomes the provider and the C3 is going to consume that data, so that's why C3 becomes the consumer here, okay. So by looking at diagram, you must be getting the feel like whenever we want to use the context API, basically there are four things comes in a picture. First one is we have to create context, okay. Second one is like a provider which will add the data. Third one is like a consumer which will consume the data, and fourth one is like a use context. Basically consumer will consume the data by using the use context hooks, okay. So basically these are the four things you keep in mind, okay. So now we get the idea, like four things are keep in mind while using the context API. Now let's see how actually it works, okay. So first one is like, as I said, we need to create a one context, okay. So for that one, what we need to do, we can create a one file, okay. Let's say like my context .js. This is the file name what I will give, okay. Inside that file on what I will do, I will create one constant. I will give the name like let's say my context is equal to, here we have to use the create context method. It's from the React create context, that's it. So and here we have to write the like export default so that it is available for other component my context. So what I did, I have created the one component and I have declared as a export default. Okay, and my context name is like a my context. This is the name. Okay, and this is from the my context JS file. So this is the first step is done. Now let's say, as I said, I want to share the data from P1 to C3, right? C1, then I have to share this one to C2, and this is the like C3. So this is like our current structure, right? Means let's say if it is a P1 component, okay, let's say like I have created one functional component, okay, and let's say like this is the P component, this is the one my P component, right? This is my P component, which returns the UI, right? So basically this is my component. So basically in this one return, okay, I have this C1 is the child component, right? So this one, like let's say C1, this is the child component I have in the my parent component. Now as I said, the P1, it's like a provider. P1 want to share some data to the C3, okay, and for P1, C1 is the like a child, okay, and this C1 is again parent to C2 kind of thing, okay. So like in P1 we have the C1 as a like a child, which is like a added in the P1 component. Now in this case, okay, what we have to do, we have to create the provider, and provider will share the data. As I mentioned earlier, like let's say P1 want to share the data D1 kind of thing, okay. So we have created already the context, right? So what we have to do here, let's say ki I am creating the one variable inside this P component. Let's say I have created the one variable constant, okay. Let's say I am giving the name as a data and value is equal to, let's say, D1. This is the value, okay. Now what I want, P1 want to share this data to the C3, okay. Basically C3 is internally added or implemented in C2, and C2 internally is a part of C1. So basically this is like a child inside child, child inside child kind of thing, okay. So now what I have to do, I have to wrap this C1 inside the provider, okay. Means I need to provide the data. So here is the P component, this is nothing but the provider. So what I have to do, I have to wrap this C component, C1 component with the like context tag. So what we have to do, we have to create one context tag here, nothing but the same name, my context, okay. So we have to give the my context dot provider. We have to give the name as like a provider, okay, and same we have to enclose with the same tag my context dot provider, okay. So this is the tag, okay, closing tag. In the opening tag there is a extra attribute that is like a value, what value we want to share. So here the value is nothing but the data. So what I can see, inside this value tag, inside this value tag I can provide the data, bracket of the opening tag. So what I did, this is the like our component C1 inside the P component, okay. So what I do, I have to wrap this by the one tag that is like a provider tag, and whatever the data we want to pass, we have to add into the tag value, okay. So this is the data I am passing to the C1. So the whatever the components comes inside this C1, like C1 having the component C2 or C3. Okay, so all the components comes under this C1 will have the access to this data. Okay, because we are providing that one. So whatever the components comes under this hierarchy of C1, like C1 will have the C2 and C2 will have the C3. So all the component will have the access to this my context data. Okay, so now this should be clear. Okay, now what we did on the parent component, we wrap this the child component with the one tag, that is the my context dot provider. Means like provider is sharing the data, and what data they want to share we have given the in the value attribute. Now let's say now I want to consume this data into the C3 directly. I don't want into C1 and C2, but in the props we have to pass the props, right? But now we are using the context API, so directly we want to consume in the C3. Now let's say I am in C3 component. Now C3 component, I am inside the C3 functional component. Okay, now here in the C3 component, what we have to do, we have to create one variable constant. Let's say I have given the name as a my context only. I given the same name my context. Here we have to give the tag, or we have to use the hook called as use context. Use context, and inside that one we have to give the name whatever we have given here, that is the like my context, right? The same name we have to give here, and this will be like we have to import. This is not a string, so we have to import the statement here my context. Okay, my import my context from my context.js file. Okay, like that we have created the constant. Now this constant has the access to the all the values whatever we have added here. Okay, so if you want to display here directly, let's say in h1 tag I want to display this this whatever the value, I can simply go and here I can write my context. As it's a directly value, we can use the like my context, it will display. If you want to if this data is it's like a JSON or object, then we can write like a my context dot name, or name whatever the like name, or dot age, whatever the name of this field we can display here by using that my context. So this one will be used like a use context hook, means it's become the consumer. Now here if you observe, we have not delegate the props from parent to C1, C1 to C2, or C1, C2 to C3. Directly inside the C3 where we need that one, we have used the hook called as use context, and by using that context we have used that the data. So this is how we use the context API. So in next video let's see the practical. See the practical on the context API, how to create the context API and how it is replacing the props. Okay, so as I told you in the like theory part, ki we whenever we have the hierarchy like a structure, when there are component inside the component kind of thing, so instead of passing the properties we can have the context API for sharing the data. Okay, so to demonstrate this context API, let's create the one parent component and 3 child component as I told you in the theory part. So similarly we will create the component. So to create the components, just create the file. I am going to give the name as a parent1. Okay, parent1 component. Dot JSX. Alright, now let's create the component. So import react from react, then create the functional component constant parent component which returns the UI. Perfect. And we have to declare the export parent component. It should be like a default export. Alright. Oh sorry, it was export default only. I was correct only. Okay, fine. So this is the like a parent p1 or parent 1 component I have created. Now let's create the 3 child component. Okay, so let's create the 3 child component. Child 1 component dot jsx. Same thing, import a react from react, then create the functional component, which returns UI. Alright, and then export default name of the component so that it is available for the other component. So now what I have did, I have created the first child component, that is child 1 component. Now I am going to create the another 2 components. Child 2 component dot jsx, and in this one I will copy paste the content and I will change this name to child 2, and same here. So child 2 component is ready. Now I am going to create the third one, child 3 component dot jsx. Copy paste the code, child 3, similarly change the name in the default statement. So we have created the 3 component. Okay, now let's say in the third component I am displaying welcome to tutorial series. Okay, so this is the message I have printed into child 3 component. What I am going to do, as explained in the theory part, let's say we have the component kind of thing. C3, it's like a child of C2, C2 is the child of C1, and C1 is the child of P1. Okay, so what I am going to do, so this is the parent component. In parent component I will add the first child, nothing but the child 1 component. Okay, similarly in child 1 component I am going to use child 2 component. And in child 2 component I am going to use the or embed the child 3 component. Awesome. Now what is the hierarchy? P1 is the like a parent of all the component. P1 has the like a direct child is the child 1. Child 1 is the parent of child 2 component. Child 2 component is the parent of child 3 component. Okay, now let's say, now let me add this parent 1 component in the app component file so that it get display on the UI. So here you can see welcome to tutorial series, whatever the message we have given into child 3 component. Alright, so this message is displaying on the screen. Now what I want to print the name welcome to Vijay. Let's say I want to print the welcome to Vijay, welcome Vijay to tutorial series. Now refresh the page. Welcome Vijay to tutorial series. Okay, so what I want currently did, like it is like a static message which is directly the part of the child3 component. Now let's say in our real-time application kind of thing, like we have the like let's say the login component. So login is the like separate component where the user is logged in. Once is the logged in, we have the different component where we display the name. Okay, so means like a component name is the part of the another component and we display that name on the another component kind of thing. So what I want this Vijay to be populated or comes from the parent component. Okay, so for that one what I'm doing, I'm creating one constant, let's say name, and let's give the name as a like Vijay. Okay, now what I want this Vijay name from the parent component to use in the child3 component. Okay, so for that one what I will do, I will try to do that one. So will that work? So let's say, so here we are getting, okay, so this name is unexpected kind of thing, because this name is not accessible in the child3 component, it's a part of the parent component. So to do that one we have the props. So how to send the props? So simply in the component we have to give the name, whatever the variable name we want to give, then we have to pass the variable. Okay, now once we pass this as a like a attribute to this component, okay, in actual component we have to receive this value as a like a props, right? And here again we have to pass these props to the child2 component, because we want to show on the child3 component. So we have to pass these components, where pass these props to the next level component. So props dot, what is the variable name, right? So again these props will be available into the child2 component. So here I have to give the props, and by using that props again we have to send it to the next level component, that is the child3 component. So I want to give the value of the attribute as a name, and the actual value should be like props from name. Okay, props dot name. Okay, now this value is delegates to child3 component. Here again we have to use the props, and to display that one we can use now props dot name. Now in the parent component we have the game name as a like a Vijay. Let me give some name as a like a ABC something, Vijay ABC. Now let's check on the UI. Wow, awesome. So we can see the Vijay ABC. So now what we did like sends the value from parent component to the child3 component through the props. How to send the props? Like by using the attribute we have to give the name, and that name should be used as it is while returning the value. So here in the child1 component we received the by using the props, then same props we have forwarded to the child2 component. From child2 component again we received the props, we forwarded to the child3 component. Here we use that one. So you can imagine to delegate or like transfer the value from the parent component to the child3 component, we have to pass the props from one component to another component, and on that component to another component. So this is like a hectic process. Okay, so to share this data we can have the context. Okay, so as I told you, so in this scenario kind of thing where we have the multi-level kind of components, that time context API is like a suitable. Okay, so let's create the context. Let's say I am creating the name as a like a first thing is like we have to create the context. As I told in the theory part, Okay, what are the things we need to do? We have to create the first context. Okay, first we have to create the context. Okay, then we have to provide, we have to see the provider, then consumer, and then use context. Okay, so same thing we have to follow here. So like let me create the first context. Okay, so new file, create the context file first. So I am going to create the context. Let's say name context. I am giving the name as a like a name context.js. Alright, so I have created the context file name context.js. Now inside this file I have to create the context. So to create the context, we have the method, inbuilt method in the React, that is create context. So let's create the variable constant. Let's give the name as a like a name context is equal to, what is the name, what is the method, create context. So this is the method from the React, and here we have to pass the initial value, whatever the you want to set to the context. So currently I am not setting any context, so whatever the name we are given, that is the name constant. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to make this that context is available to other components. So we have to write export default and name context, whatever the name of the context we have to specify here. Okay, now this context is available to the other component. Okay, now what I have to do, second step, we have to see the provider. So as I told, I want to send the data from the component p1. I want to send the data from component p1. So p1 is should be the like provider for me. So for that one, what you have to do, inside the functional component, okay, we have to import whatever the name we have given, that is like a name context dot provider. So this is the tag we have to use, name context dot provider, because this is the like a provider which is going to provide the data to the context. Okay, so what we have to do, name context dot provider, and here is the like a attribute we have to pass, that is nothing but the value attribute. Okay, and inside this value we have to pass the value. Okay, so here what I am going to see, I am going to pass simply the name. Okay, now let me remove this props one, because I am not going to use the props now. Okay, now let me clear this props first. I am not going to use this one, I am going to use the context API. So I am removing this props from the each component. Alright, so here what I did, so I have imported this name context from this my context file. Okay, whatever the context file I have created, I have imported that one. Then dot provider, because this parent component, whatever this parent component will be the provider. Okay, so we have to add like name context dot provider, and what value this component want to share with the other components, that value we have to pass here into the tag value tag or attribute. Okay, so value is the attribute, and here we have the pass the value of whatever the parent component want to share with the other component. Okay, so now this must be clear. Now this is like a parent component, we have added the provider, and we have added the one attribute, that is value, and here value is nothing but the whatever the value we want to share with the other component. So whatever the component comes under this tag, okay, will have the access to the context data. Whatever the data we stored in the my context will be accessible. So whatever the component like a wrap around this provider. So this one like currently this child one component is the like wrapped into this my context, and child one component will have the access to this value. Okay, as well as the child one component contains the child 2, that means child 2 also has the access to that my context. Child 2 contains the child 3, means child 3 also having the value to access to that value. Okay, now this is how we provide the value. Now next one is like how the child component will use or get this value. Okay, so for that one, as we see, like we have the props, but props it's not suitable because we have to implement that props every component, and then we have to forward or delegate to the another component. So now to avoid that one, we are using the context API. Now we have created the provider. Now let's say where I want to use in the child 3 component. So here I need not to worry about this other component, child 1 and child 2 component. Directly I want to access into child 3 component. So what I have to do, we have to create one variable. Let's say any name, whatever you want. Let's say I am giving the like my context. This is the local name I am giving. Okay, my context, and is equal to, here we have to use the one hook, that is use context. Okay, and inside that one we have to pass the name of the context. What is the name of my context? That is the name context, right? Alright, so here is the like import name context from name context file. Okay, so now this context is available and that value is present in this context, my context. Okay, so as we see here, we are passing the name directly. Okay, so whatever the value of this name will be assigned to this variable, that is like a my context. Okay, now here I can put that one and we can try my context. So whatever the value we pass, that comes under this variable whatever we have given. So now let's see on the screen. So currently we are not getting. So what is the, because like parent component we are not saved it. Okay, so now let's see. So here you can see Vijay ABC. Okay, welcome Vijay ABC to tutorial series, and this name is coming from the parent component, and in child 3 component directly we are using by using the use context. So here you can see in child 1 component we did nothing, in child 2 components also we did nothing. Directly in the child 3 component we are accessing the value. So this is the like a power of the context API. Okay, so we have to create the one context. Okay, then inside that context save the data, create the provider. Okay, and say share the data whatever you want by using this tag value attribute, and whatever the value we pass here will be accessible to all the components which is wrapped under this context tag. Okay, now this is the one how we get it. Now the next question comes in mind, if I want, now this is the like a reading the value from the context. Now I want to update the value in the context. Let's say this p1 is giving the name. Okay, but in child component I want to update the value of this component in the context. Okay, so what we have to do, similar fashion kind of thing. Okay, so we have to create the Usestate, like a function. In Usestate you remember, like there is a one variable and another is a like method which used to update that value. So similar fashion we have to do it, constant, then let's say name, second one is like set name, whatever the name we want to give for that method which will update the name, and then one use state. And here let's say I am giving the like temp name, or else directly I will give the name specify here like a Vijay. Okay, so this is the name I have given to this state variable, that is the like a name, and set state is the method. So when I want to update the value of the context, okay, so what we have to do, we have to give the method which will like we use to update the value. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, previously I was passing the value directly like that is the variable name. Now what I'm going to do, instead of that one I will pass the object, and which will contain name of variable and the method which is used to update the value of that one variable. Okay, so this is the variable for which I am sharing the data, and this is the method which will help or use to update the value of this name parameter. Alright, now Once we go to this child component, okay, so here is the kind of thing like I am using this use context. So this my context now will have this object which has the name and set name. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to display, let's say I want to display the name, my context, then what is the name of the variable, that is like a name. Okay, now let's try. Sorry, I have not saved it. Let's save this. So here you can see Vijay. So this Vijay is coming from the this one variable from the parent component. Okay, so this is the name we are using in the child3 component. Here we are passing the object having the two field. First one is the value and second one is the method which will update the value. Okay, so now I have utilized this name. Now if you want to update the value, okay, so what I can do for that one, let's say I want to update the value. So simply what I am going to this, I am going to create button, okay, or let's say I am going to create a let's say button, and let's give the name as a like a update name. Okay, let's check first what is we are getting on the screen. So we get the button update name. So on click on that one, I want to update the name of this whatever the we are receiving from the parent, or whatever the value we have in the context I want to update. So what I am going to do is I am going to write on click, I am going to add the like click handler. Okay, I am going to create the method here. Function click handler. Okay, now inside this click handler, what I want the change this name from Vijay to like a Vijay XYZ or something kind of thing, Vijay PQR. I want to update the name, something kind of thing. So what I am going to do, I am going to use my context dot, what is the name of this variable, set whatever the we have given, that is like a set name, my context dot set name, and let's say I will pass the updated value. Let's say instead of Vijay I will give the name as like a Swapnil. Okay, so now let's check what I did. Simply I have created the one button. On that one button I have created the click handler, like which will be get executed when I will click on that one. Okay, so once that click handler becomes, I am updating the value in the context. Okay, so now let's check. Currently I am getting like a welcome Vijay to tutorial. Now I will click on this update. Here you can see welcome Swapnil. Means what I am doing, I am updating the value in the context, API context, right? Because parent is giving me the name as a like Vijay, but I want to update that value in the like a child component. So like in a real-time web application, let's say login component where you will logged in. Okay, but there might be the component which is responsible for logout, right? So when you will log out, we have to change the value from login to logout kind of thing. So there are like many scenarios in real-time application, like one component will add the value, while another component as per the requirement we need to update the value of the context also, right? So that is how we can use this API context. Hope so guys you got the idea how to use the context API and how to update the values in the context API. Hope you got the understanding, and hope you like this video. Please like, share and subscribe to channel. Redux in React. So what is mean by Redux? Okay, so Redux is nothing but the centralized way to manage the states. Okay, so you may have the question, in previous lecture we have seen the context API, okay, which is also does the same thing, right? But there are some cases where like a context API is like a complicated. Okay, so like complicated in the sense, if we have the like a complex state management system kind of thing, or like we have the large scale application. Okay, so or if you want to maintain the state as a like a at a like a centralized way kind of thing, then the Redux is the useful thing. Okay, in the context API, like we can create a multiple context. Okay, but in Redux it is like recommended to have a, like a single store. Okay, or single like a container kind of thing, where we can have the all the state related data. Okay, so now the like what are the like steps to use this Redux? Let's say if I have the application and I want to use the Redux, so what are the things we have to follow? Okay, so let's say one by one. So first of all guys, I will explain by the theory. Okay, so I will try to cover everything in the theory first. Okay, so that when I will start the practical, okay, then you will not get a like a surprise or like shock what I am doing. Okay, so make sure the guys like you carefully listen this video or go through this video for the theory. Okay, so first one is like what we have to do. So we have to install some packages. Okay, install libraries or packages. Okay, first one, this one. Okay, so because it's not comes with the like when you create a template based project. Okay, so we have to install some packages or libraries, Redux libraries basically, so then only we can use the Redux. Okay, then we have to create the store. Okay, like in context API we have created the container context, similarly we have to create the store here. Okay, then third one, this create store. Okay, internally use the reducer. Okay, so I will come to one by one. So create store, whatever the store we have created, that uses the reducer. Okay, reducer function, basically it uses the reducer function to update the states. Okay, whatever the data we stored in the this store. Okay, with the help of reducer function we can update that one, or like we can access that one. So for that one we have to create one reducer function. Okay, then we have to create a like a actions class, because this reducer accept the two parameter, one is initial state and second one is the like action. So we will create some actions. Okay, then fifth one is, once we are done with this store reducer function action, then we have to use this one in like a actual component. Okay, so we will create one component to demonstrate that one. Okay, then the sixth one is, once the component is ready, what we have to do, we have to use the connect method. Okay, so basically by using the connect, okay, you will be able to access the all the methods of this reducer, as well as you can access the all the variable or the whatever the property we store into that stores. Okay, that can be accessible to that component using this connect method. I will show you when I will start the practical. Okay, so but basically these are the steps we have to follow when we want to use the Redux. Okay, so basically there are like 6 steps only. The first one is like we have to install some libraries, so that is like a one time job. Okay, then we have to create a store, okay, by using some inbuilt method from the reacts. Okay, so that is also the like a easy step. Okay, so while creating the store, we have to give the as a one parameter like reducer. So we have to create the one reducer. Then this as a reducer, if you are aware, like in previous lecture I showed you reducer hook, right? So this reducer is nothing but the like a state management hook. Okay, so this when we use the use reducer, okay, so that time we have demonstrated on you the function called as reducer. Okay, so this reducer function accepts the two parameter, one is like initial state and the second one is action. Based on the action, like we have to perform some or updation on the state. Okay, so for that action we have to create this action. Okay, so this is that action we will create. Then we will create one actual component where we will use this store and like reducer and action, and to use that one we have to connect that component with this store. Okay, so this is like a high level steps we have to follow. Okay, now let's say how we are going to do. Okay, now let's say what I want to do. Actually I want to let's say what I want, I will create one component. Okay, let's say what I want, I will create one component on this UI. Okay, there will be like a conditional logic. Let's say basically the it's related to logged in user. Let's say if the user is logged in, okay, here I want to display, let's say welcome, and the name of the user, let's say Vijay. Okay, this is the logged in user. Okay, and here I will show the button, let's say logout. This is like a for logged in user. Let's say if user is, let's say user is not logged in. Okay, so this is like a guest user, so I will display like welcome, please log in. So this is like a, and here I will give the button login. Like this is for the guest. Okay, so what I want, I will create a same component. This is nothing but the only one component. I want to display inside the one component only. Okay, this is like a one component where like a, this is like a conditional. Okay, if user is logged in, okay, this is like a conditional. If it is user is logged in, I will show the welcome, that username, and then logout button. If it is not a user is not logged in, I will show the welcome, please log in, and there will be button. Okay, so what I want, so I will whenever the user is let's say click on the login, what I want ki it stores this username into the let's say I will create one store. Let's say this is a store, this is nothing store, nothing but the state. Okay, this is slash store, or just for the understand, just consider this is the store. Okay, this is store, nothing but the state. Okay, let's say in this state I will have the one authorization object. Okay, which will have the username, and let's say is logged in. So this is like a one store which I have the like a auth related detail, username, and is logged in. Okay, so when I will display this page, I will check, okay, from the store. Okay, if username is like a like is logged in is equal to true. Okay, if logged in is equal to true, then I will display welcome, and whatever the username is, like here I will display that one. Okay, and I will show the logout. Let's say if is logged in is equal to false. Okay, if is logged in is equal to false, then I will show welcome, please like login. Okay, so this is like a state value I will use here. Okay, so when I will click on the login, let's say I want to generate the one action. Okay, what I want, basically I want to call the function. Okay, so when I click on login, what I want, so it will create one like a type is equal to login. Okay, and update this username as a Vijay, and is logged in is equal to true. When I click on login, it should update the a username to Vijay and is logged in is equal to true. Okay, so now as I told you, when I will click on the login, okay, so in the backend I am going to use the reducer. Okay, so if you are aware, there will be a dispatch method. Okay, we have to call the dispatch method internally. Whatever the parameter we use to dispatch method, will call the reducer function, right? When we call the dispatch method will internally call the our reducer function. Okay, and reducer function, inside that reducer function we will write some logic, okay, to update this whatever the store we have created. It will update that one by using that reducer function. Okay, hope so guys you are getting my point, what I am going to do. Okay, what we are going to do, we have to follow these steps. Okay, install the libraries, then we have to create the store, we have to create the reducer function, action, component, connect. Okay, now let's say okay, so here you can see for this one, okay, what are the steps I have to follow. Okay, now as I told you, I want this functionality. Now what I am do, as I told you, we have to follow some process. Okay, so what I am going to do, so let's say I have to follow all 5 steps now. Okay, so let's follow one by one. Okay, so what I have to do, basically I have to follow the 5 steps. So let's say I have installed these libraries. Okay, first what I will do, I will create, let's say I have to create the first store. First step is a create store. I will explain this live practical. Okay, but let's understand through the theory. First I will create the store. Okay, so what I want to do, I will create a store. So there is a one method configure store. Okay, configure store. Okay, this is the a method. Here we have to provide the reducer. Okay, so what I am going to do, I will provide let's say root reducer. I will provide a name as a root reducer. Okay, and this is method completion. So in this way, let's say I will give the name as a constant store. Let's say I have given the name constant store is equal to configure store, and inside that one I have to pass the reducer. Okay, now why we need the reducer? Okay, because reducer is the a function which helps to update the status. Basically by using that reducer function we will update the detail in the store. Okay, now let's say I have created this store. This is currently blank store. Now second step, what is second step? We have to create the reducer. Okay, so basically I have to create a function. Okay, let's say constant, I will create a function, let's say root reducer. Okay, now as you know, this function take the two parameter, one is initial state and the second one is called as a action. This is a reducer function. Okay, now let's say based on action I will perform some activities. As I mentioned, there are two action I am going to create. One is login action and second one is the logout action. Okay, so let's say I will apply some a switch case here. let's say action dot type. Okay, then here I will like login. If it is like a login, then I will update the then I will return like a states kind of thing, like whatever the detail I have in the state as it is. Only what I want to update auth related detail auth dot username equal to like Vijay and is logged in is equal to true, is equal to true. So this is the one detail I want to update, and this will I return. Okay, similarly for logout. Okay, similarly if case is the like let's say logout, if it is a logout, then return, I will return the state as it is. Okay, and I will update username is equal to what you got null, and is logged in is equal to false. So this is the like our reducer function I have created. Okay, perfect. Hope till this time it is clear. And now this reducer we have already registered with the configure store. Okay, now as I mentioned here, we have the two actions. Okay, so what I will create the action step 3. What we have to create? Action nothing but the simple function. Okay, so what I will do, constant, let's say login takes the one parameter, let's say username. Okay, and this will, what it will do, it will update the states. Okay, so basically here it will return the like type is equal to login, and second one let's say payload is equal to let's say payload is returning, let's say key is logged in and username. Okay, let's say is logged in is equal to true and username is equal to let's say Vijay. This is for login. Okay, now let's say I will create another action, that is constant logout. Here I am not giving any parameter. Logout is nothing but what it will return in type is equal to logout, and payload is equal to username, logged in is equal to false, and username is equal to null. Perfect. Okay, so this action will be doing. Okay, now action are created. So this simply action we have to call from our component, whatever the component we will create. Here we will call the method is logged in true or something. When it is come to this reducer function, then reducer will like check if the switch action is equal to let's say key, if action dot type is equal to login, then it will return the previous state as it is, and update this username and is logged in. Whatever the payload we are sending, by using that one it will update this detail in the states, and that state according to that one it will display on the component sides. Okay, now let's see this by the practical. Okay, even if you didn't get some of the portion of this Redux, okay, I know it's for first time, it is like a little bit tough to understand, but don't worry, when we will complete this practical by the end of this video, you will be in a comfortable position to use this Redux in your application. So now let's see the practical. Alright, so let's see the practical for the Redux. Okay, so as I said you earlier, to use the Redux we have to add some dependencies. Basically the dependencies related to Redux. Okay, so there are two packages we have to add to our project. Okay, so for that one we have to use the command npm install and specify these two dependencies. Okay, so first one is like a toolkit from the like redux.js, and the second one is react-redux. Okay, these are the two packages we need to add to our project to use the Redux. So this is the like a first step. Okay, I have already did that one, so I will not do it again. So but you guys make sure you use this command and install these two dependencies. I will share this, okay, in the like a description of this video, so that you can copy and use as it is. Okay, so this is the first step where we have to add this dependency. Now we have done with the first step. Now second one is like a create, store, reducer, action, component and connect. Okay, so we will do one by one. So as I said, we are going to create a one application, small application kind of thing, which has the only one component. Okay, so based on the like a user logged in status, we will display the UI. So currently whatever you are seeing, let's say user is logged in, so we are displaying welcome Vijay. This is nothing but the user logged in name. Okay, then there is a logout button if user is logged in. Okay, once it is logged out, we are displaying like a welcome guest, as user is not logged in yet, so we are displaying welcome guest, please log in, and there will be button. Okay, so once we click on login, it will take to the login, user is logged in, and we will display the like logout button. So this is the flow we are going to develop. Okay, now so this is the flow we are going to develop. Okay, so this flow is already created at my machine. So what I am going to do, I will first remove this code kind of thing. Let me remove this code so that I can create from scratch with you. Okay, so I have removed that one. Let me remove that one first. All right. Okay, so first what we will do, the thing is like we will create the simple component first, which will have the this two logic. First is like a user login logout button kind of thing. Okay, let's create that one, then we will see how to add the conditional logic and how to use the Redux and everything. Okay, let's create the first that one. So what I am going to do, I have created another folder, that is Redux demo. Okay, inside the Redux demo, what I have created the basically 4 files. Okay, so one is like a user component JSX. This is nothing but the functional component where we will have the like welcome username, login button, logout button, that one. Okay, then store.js file, this is the file. Okay, currently all are the like blank. Okay, store.js file where we will write the logic to create the Redux store. Okay, so this is the file for store.js. Then root reducer, the as I told you, like store, whatever the Redux store we are going to create will use the reducer to update the values. Okay, so for that one we have to create the one reducer function, so we will create inside that root reducer file. Okay, and the another one is the action.js. Okay, so we have to create some actions. Basically when we click on the login button, on the click of logout button, we have to call some actions, right? Based on that action type, a reducer will update the values in store. Okay, so this is the file for that one, creating the actions. Okay, so you may have the question, why some of the files are like a .js and some of the files are like a .jsx. So basically the file which includes the UI related stuff, okay, so that we are declaring as a JSX, and the file where we have only the like a logic kind of thing, JavaScript code kind of thing, so there we are using the .js. So user component .jsx means there I am going to write some HTML kind of thing, okay, for UI kind of thing. So that's why it is like a user component.jsx. okay, now in this user component.jsx file, what I did, I have created the one simple component. This is like a simple one component, functional component, user component, okay, which is returning welcome user, nothing else. Okay, so what I will do, I will inject this user component into the app component. Okay, make sure you include this one. Okay, so let me remove the unused one imports. Okay, so what I did, inside the app component I have used the user component. Now in the user component we have only like welcome user. Let's check on the UI. So here you can see on localhost 3000 we are getting the welcome user. Perfect. Okay, now what we want to create a one like a user page, okay, where we will display the like a welcome username. If it is a user logged in, then logout button. If user is not logged in, then welcome guest login button. Okay, so for that one, let's create some UI first. So let's say here I am giving the one div. Okay, this is the div for this like a user let's say login one, and second div let's say for user if not the logged in. So I am going to create the here, let's say let's give some paragraph p, let's give some name as like welcome, let's say whatever the user is logged in kind of thing. Okay, let's display like as of now hard coded. Let's consider it's a hard coded. Okay, it's a logged in. Okay, we will replace this, okay, with the like actual values from the store, but as of now let's say we are displaying the username welcome Vijay. Okay, then let's display the one button. Okay, and this will be like a logout button. Okay, on that button we have to call the logout function. As of now that is fine. Okay, let's keep it like welcome user and button is logout. Now let's create some UI for the like user is like a not logged in, so like it's a, like a guest user, right? So welcome guest, okay, please log in. Okay, and create a one button. Give the name as a like a login. Okay, all right. So as of now this is the like our simplest piece of the code where we have the two sections. One is the like for the logged in and one is the like a for the guest user. Okay, so let's check on the UI how it is displaying. Perfect. So here you can see, let me remove this one welcome user first. Okay, all right, here you can see welcome Vijay, logout, welcome guest, please log in. As of now no action is performed on the click of this button. Okay, so now the comes in the mind like where we will get this Vijay, from where we will get this Vijay. Okay, so for that, and we want to display this code as a like a conditional if the user is logged in or not. So, okay, so what we are going to do, we will create the one like a store which will have this information. If the user is logged in, we will update this information in the store like user is logged in and username. Similarly, when the user is logged out, we will update the detail in the store like user is logged out and is logged in as a false. Similar kind, some kind of logic we will put that one. Okay, so for that one let's create a one store, but before that one I want to show you like what will be the like our initial state, like what we want to store in the Redux kind of thing, right? So let's go to that one root reducer file. Okay, so what we want to go, okay, now let's create our first initial state. What initial state we will be having? Okay, constant, let's give the name as a like a initial state. Okay, this will be like our object. Okay, inside this object, this is like a state, this is like a state for the overall application. Okay, inside that state you can keep your smallest object whatever you want, like specific to your component, or if some detail you want for particular component, that you can put it here, kind of thing. Okay, so likewise others component can put their data whatever they want to put it as a part of initial state, they can put there. Okay, so this is a like a overall state which maintains for the application. It's a like a centralized way to maintain the state of the application. Now inside that state, what I want to do, I want to create our auth object which will be used for our own component, right? So what I will do, I will create a one auth object. Okay, inside this initial state, and inside that auth object there will be like a two properties which I will be using for my component. Basically for that auth object I need username, and which will be like basically null at the initial state, and let's say second one is logged in. Okay, based on that one I will display our conditional UI kind of thing. Okay, and let's say I will initial state will be like a false. Okay, so this is the object I have created. This is like a initial state. What I want now, this initial state object, and whenever the user log in or logged out, that user, this object should be updated, and that object should be stored in our store, right? Redux store. Okay, so for that one, as I said, whenever we create the store, we have to create the reducer, right? So let's create the first reducer. Okay, let's create the one like a base reducer. Like what I want to create one my base reducer which can have the multiple reducer. Okay, because for all our application we can have the multiple reducer function. Okay, so as of now we are using only one, like I am going to create the auth reducer. Similarly, like in your application you can have the multiple like you can have the pricing detail. If you have the user, then address detail kind of reducer, or some, or like you're based on your application you can have the multiple reducer function. Okay, so as of now let's create a one combine reducer. Okay, which will have the multiple reducer, and that we will use in the store. Okay, so for that one let's create a one like a reducer. Let's say give the name as a like a root reducer. Okay, let's give the name as a like a root reducer. Now let's create a one function like a root reducer. Okay, root reducer. Okay, which will be like a having the like a multiple reducer inside that one. So there is a one function called as a like a combine reducer. We have to that one combine reducers. Okay, and now combine reducer will take the parameter as a like a reducer where you can pass the multiple reducer. So as of now I am going to add only the auth reducer. Okay, and here I will give the name as auth, and let's give the name as like auth reducer. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to create this auth reducer. So let's create the first auth reducer. Okay, constant auth reducer. Okay, as we are know, like reducer function takes the two parameter, right? So first one is the like a state. Okay, let's give this parameter as a like a state, and this will be like initial state. Okay, inside that initial state I want to only give the like auth related things related to this one auth reducer. So auth reducer I want only handle this auth related data. So what I'm going to initial state dot auth. Okay, and the second parameter is the like a action, which on based on that action we want to update this state, right? So now let's say this is the auth reducer, basic auth reducer we have created. Now till the time hold on. Now okay, what we did, we have created the one reducer class. Okay, basically on inside that root reducer js file we have declared the one initial state. Okay, inside that state we can have the multiple object, but as of now we are only focusing on the auth because that is needed only for our component. So we are creating the one object auth which will have the username and is logged in. Once we have the initial state, okay, so this here we are creating the one root reducer. Okay, root reducer basically can have the multiple reducers. Okay, as of now I have included only one reducer, that is auth reducer. Okay, and that now I have created the auth reducer function. So till the time we have not written any logic inside that one, only we have created the structure which will takes the two parameter. One is like initial state and the second one is the action. Based on the action type we will update this state and will return. Okay, as of now hope so this is clear now. Okay, now let's go to the store. Okay, now let's try to create our store. Okay, so here first of all this is the like a similar to the context API where we create the one context, that is the by using the create context kind of thing. Similar kind of thing here we have to create our store. Okay, and that store we have to available for the whole application. Okay, so basically in the Redux only one store we are going to use, as in like context API we can create the multiple context APIs, but for the Redux we are going to create only one store and that will be used like for the whole application. Okay, now let's create our this store. Okay, now let's give the name as a like constant, declare the one constant. Let's give the name as a like a store. Okay, this is the one. Okay, constant store. Then let's like for the create context. Okay, for the context API we have the function create context. Okay, similar way we have the configure store. Okay, so this is the function from the Redux.js toolkit. Okay, so configure store. So for the like some of the version, Redux version which is like a lesser than 4.2.0, here is the function like create store directly is available, but the latest version of Redux that is deprecated, so we have to use the configure store from the Redux.js toolkit. Okay, now this configure store is like accepting the reducer function. Okay, so here we have to pass the reducer. Okay, which will be like updating the values in the stores. Okay, so what is the reducer we have created? We have created the reducer called as a like a root reducer. Okay, so let me give as a like a root reducer here. Okay, but why I am not getting the suggestion? Any guess? The thing is like we have not declared as a like a export, like after once we declare as a like a export default, then only it will be available for the other application. So we have to declare as a like export default root reducer. So this is the like a root reducer. Now this root reducer we have to use here. Okay, now this should be comes in a suggestion. Yes, now root reducer. Make sure guys we have imported this root reducer, otherwise it will not work. After that one, this store should be available for the other complete application, so we have to make it as a declare as a like a export default. Let's give the name as a like a store. Awesome. So what we did, we have created the store by using the function configure store. Okay, this configure store method accept the parameter like reducer. Okay, we have to pass the reducer. Basically the reducer, by using the reducer we can update the values in the store. Okay, so here is the like a reducer we have passed. So now here we have passed the root reducer. So if you go to this root reducer is nothing but the combine reducer, like it's a, like a, it can have the multiple reducer. So currently we have only declared the only one reducer function, that is the auth reducer. Auth reducer takes the two parameter, like a initial state and action. As this reducer is only applicable for the auth related data, so what I am giving initial state as a, like initial state dot auth. I want to handle the auth related data only by this auth reducer. Okay, so this is the, like our auth reducer we have declared. Now the basic setup kind of thing is done. Okay, but what I want is, like when user click on the login, okay, it should call the login function, it should add the detail in the store. Okay, so basically what we have to do now, we have to call the function. Okay, let's say when user click on the login, okay, it should call the function, like whatever the root reducer, inside that one we have written this function, right, auth reducer kind of thing. This will get called and this will update this detail. Okay, so what I want, user when click on the login button, it will call some action. Okay, and based on that action, this auth reducer will update these values, right? So now the next picture comes in a, like a actions, what actions we want to perform. So now as of like in our application we are going to perform only two actions, like one is login action and second one is logout action. Okay, so let's create the two actions. So actions are nothing but the, like a functions. Okay, what are the function, and based on that one our reducer will work. Okay, so now let's create the two action. So let's create export constant, let's say login. This is the, like a function which I am going to create login, and this login will accept the one parameter, nothing but the username, let's say. Okay, username. Once the username is accepted, okay, what we have to do, all right, so what we have to do, we have to return some object from here. Okay, whatever the object we will return from here, okay, will be the, like a act as a, like a second parameter for this reducer function. Okay, whatever the actions is going to return, okay, will be act as a second parameter for this reducer function. Okay, so if you are not getting how it's work, I will recommend it to go and watch my video on the reducer. Okay, use reducer hook. Okay, so there how it's work, like in the internet it's called the dispatch method, and dispatch method will call this reducer function. Okay, so similar kind of thing. Okay, so this one action, okay, whatever the action will be returning here will go to that reducer as a, like a action parameter. Okay, now in the action parameter what I want, this will be like a object which will have the two parameters. One is like a type, which type of this action. Okay, let's say login action, this is nothing but the one login action. Okay, and second one is like a payload, what payload I want to upload. Okay, basically this payload will have again two details. Okay, one is the, like a username. Okay, one will be like a username, and username will be like whatever we are getting in the, like parameter kind of thing. Okay, this username I will update this with username, and the second one is like is logged in, is logged in. Okay, basically I will use the same whatever I have given into this root reducer, is logged in and username. Okay, so in the whenever the user will click, I want this is logged in to be true. Okay, so here what I did, I have created the one action, that is login action, which takes the one parameter as a, like username. Once this login function is calling, it should return the one object, okay, which has the two parameter. One is the type is like a login, and the payload is nothing but the whatever the username we are getting as a parameter, and is logged in equal to true. Similarly, what I will do, I will create the another action. Okay, logout. I will create the another action, logout. Okay, so logout will not take the any parameter here. Okay, it's a like blank. Now type will be like logout. Okay, and username I will make it as a like a null. Okay, and is logged in is equal to false. Okay, so this is like a logout. So what I did, I have created the two methods, login and logout. These are nothing but the actions. Okay, now let's go to our reducer function. Here like a action we have declared already, right? So what I want, we have to, because as of now we have not written any logic to update these values, right? So what we have to do, we have to update, we have to write some logic here. So what I am going to do, I am going to write the switch case here. Okay, switch based on the type. Okay, inside that action we have the type, right? We have declared the two parameters. Okay, so based on this action dot type. Okay, based on that action dot type, okay, we are going to write the switch case. Okay, so let's say first one is the like a, what we will get, we will get the login. Okay, type as a login. Okay, here we will return the state. Okay, we will return the state. Okay, now second case, logout. Okay, it will return some state, and last one step we will give as a like a default. If nothing is like a satisfied, like not login or logout, if we get the anything else kind of thing, so we are directly returning the as it is the state, whatever the we had previously, we will return as it is. Okay, so here what we did, we have created the switch case based on this action. Okay, login logout. Basically the what reducer function does, it takes the two parameter, right? Initial state and action, and returns the like state. This reducer function return the state. Okay, so okay, so now based on that one we are returning the auth reducer function. It's like a returns the state. Okay, whatever the updated value we want, based on that action we will update the state and that will return. Okay, now what I want, this auth reducer only handling the auth related things, but it may happen it has the like other related stuff also. As of now we have only one reducer auth, but in your complete application you may have the multiple auth reducer, like reducer functions. Okay, so now what I want, I will use the three dot operator here. Okay, so basically what it does, it will copy the existing state as it is. Okay, apart from that one, whatever the parameter I will declare, it will get updated. So what I want to update the username of the existing state. Okay, so what is the updated username? We are getting into that actions payload, right? So actions dot payload dot username, right? So here if you see that one, okay, we are passing as a payload, right? Inside payload we have the username, that will be like a username which we want to update. Okay, this is the username, and the second one is we want to update this is logged in state, right? So is logged in. Okay, I have to update with action dot payload dot is logged in, right? Action dot payload dot, make sure guys you are copying the name similar, exactly same, otherwise like it will give the error. Okay, so what I did, I have updated. Okay, so basically this one what we are going to do now, whatever the in the action dot one we have given the is logged in is equal to true. Now in the root reducer it will comes to like is logged in is equal to action dot payload dot is logged in is equal to true. Okay, this is the one. Now what it will do, it will return the state existing state as it is. Okay, only will update the username and password. Okay, so this is the like a auth related state we are doing. Similarly, for the like a logout functionality, we will return the same one, except that one in logout also we have to do the same thing. Like in actions, we have declared the null and false. So in here also we have to do username, whatever the username we are getting, and like a is logged in as a pass, we will get as a like a false, right? So now this is like a complete reducer function we have written. Okay, what we have did, let me format it first little bit. Awesome. Okay, so here you can see in auth reducer function we have declared the like actions based on the action type. Okay, we have updated the state and we are returning the state. If like condition is not satisfying, default whatever the state we have, initial state, we are returning as it is. Okay, so this is like our auth. Now it's a complete reducer function is complete, then store is complete. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to make this store values available to the user component, so that I can conditionally write this logic, right? So that I can conditionally write the logic, right? I need to read these values from the store, right? Because I have stored this auth related data into the store, I have to read into this user component, then only I can be able to use this in the like a component, right? So now how we can read that one, this is the like a big question, right? So for that one, what we need to do, we need to connect this component to the like a store. For that one, we need to connect this component to the store. Okay, so how to connect this store to how to connect this component to the store? So for that one, there is a method called as a connect. Okay, so by using that method, we can connect this one user component to the our store component. So for that one, let's use the method called as a like a connect. Okay, so this is connect, this is the method from React Redux. Okay, so inside this connect, okay, we have to declare the two methods. Okay, so this is the syntax, and here we have to give the user component. Okay, now basically this connects, okay, provide the two methods. Okay, one is like a map state to props. Okay, map states to props. Okay, this is the one method, and the second method is like a what is that one, map dispatch. Okay, map dispatch to props. Sorry, what I did, map dispatch to props. Okay, so these are the two methods we have to declare inside the connect one. Okay, so what is that one? So here on, from the name only you will get the idea. Map state to props means we have to declare the one method, okay, which will map the state, to the props. Means whatever the, it will declare the like whatever the values present in our state, whatever the values present in our store, okay, that can be available as a props for that component. Whatever the values we have inside the state, whatever the values we have inside the store, that can be available for this component, okay, as a props. Okay, Hope so you are getting my point. This is little bit tricky. So we have to, as I told you, we have to read the values from store, right? So how we can do? So for that one we have to connect this. For now this is connected to like store. Now we have to make the values of store to available to that component so that we can use here, right? So for that one we have the function map state to props. Means what it is does, it will map the values from the store to the props for this component so that we can directly use inside this component. So what we have to do, let's say we have to write this component in such a way that it receives the all the values with like a props. Okay, what I want here, I want the username, and second one is user is logged in or not. These two details I want from the store, right? If user is logged in, give me the username, and second one is the status, is logged in, true or false. These two details I need from the store, right? So as per this function, these properties will be available for this component as a like a props. So now we have to change this component so in a way, such a way that it received the props. Okay, so how to declare that one? So inside this declaration of user component, we have to declare the props whatever we need. Okay, so what I need username, first props, second one is like is logged in. Okay, is logged in or not. These are the like two properties I need it. Okay, now the second thing is like we have to declare this function. Okay, now I have written this one like it is like a props. This component is receiving the props. Okay, now but how we will get the values in this props? No one is calling this component, no one is sharing the values in this like a props, like as a props no one is sharing. Okay, so how we will get? So for that one we have to write this function whatever we have declared here, constant, okay, whatever the name we have given, map states to props. Okay, this is like a function which takes the parameter, input parameter as a like a state. Okay, and based on that state, okay, we have to return the one object which is nothing but the props. Okay, now in the props what we need username. Okay, and the second one is like a is logged in, right? Is logged in. These are the two properties I want. So from where I need to give it? Like from state. So inside the state these parameters are already present. So state dot we have the auth, right? Auth dot we have the then username. In the, if you go to that one store use the like root reducer. If you go to root reducer, we have this one initial state, right? Initial state nothing but the like state which has the auth, which has the username, right? So same way we are going to declare here like a state. This is the state dot auth dot username. This will return the username, and the second one is like a state dot auth dot is logged in. Okay, so what it is does, this function map state to props. Okay, map states to prop, what is it? It will map this the values from the state to this variable which will be available as a props. This function will map the state's value to these two variable which will be available as a props for the component. Okay, now once this username and is logged in is available, we can write our logic, right? So for that one, let's create like that one. Now let's go by the conditional coding like that. Okay, so what I'm going to, if user is logged in, okay, if user is logged in, okay, if user is logged in, then display this one, else display this one, kind of thing, right? So what I'm going to do, now I will cut this one, first div, control X. If user logged in, I will paste inside that one. If user not logged in, cut this one, paste inside else block, right? Now let me format that one document. So here it is, what I did, based on the is logged in condition, okay, is logged in, div welcome Vijay, logout, div welcome guest, please log in. Okay, so based on that one, we have declared this code, right? Hope so guys, till the time you are clear. Now the next thing is like, instead of Vijay, what I will do, I will use directly the username now. Alright, now this is done. We have declared the one, right? What it is does, we have taken the values from the state, okay, and mapped to variable which is like available as a directly the props for the component. Now second thing is like, we have to perform some action, right? Let's say I have to perform some action, right? So there is another method, okay, which is like a map dispatch to props. Means it's nothing but maps the like a dispatch method to the props. Okay, so basically if you are aware, we can directly call the dispatch method, and dispatch method internally calls the like a reducer function, right? So whatever the parameter you use to dispatch method, okay, that will be act as a parameter for the reducer function. Okay, so what this method is does, this simply dispatches the method to the like reducer, whatever you want to do. Like from here, let's say when I click on this logout button, let's say, let me write down on click handler. Let's say from here I want to perform the logout. Okay, I want to perform the logout method here. Okay, and similarly from the like a login button, when I click on the login, okay, I want to perform the login function. Okay, so whatever the login function we have declared inside that action, I want to call that one, right? But this is like a simple methods, this is nothing but the simple method. When I will call this one, okay, this will not call our reducer, right? Because reducer is the like a different one, and now we are calling this actions, right? To make this reducer function get it called, what we have to do, we have to use the dispatch. Okay, we have to convert this simple method to the like a dispatch method. Okay, then only this reducer function will get called. Okay, so for that one we have the another method called as map dispatch to props. Okay, so this will be like a similar to like first method. So let's create constant, let's give the name map dispatch to props, which takes the parameter. First function was taking the state because it was mapping the state. Now what we have to map, we have to map the dispatch, so it takes the parameter as a like a dispatch method. Okay, and it is mapping to the like a whatever the methods we want to make it as a like a dispatch one, right? So it is returning the method. Okay, let's say return the method. First method what I want to make it as a dispatch one, first one is login. So let's write login. Okay, how I want to map, So login basically accepting the one parameter, whatever the parameter I am going to do. Okay, so here this will take the parameter, right? Login method, login, and whatever the let's say parameter I want to give, let's say I am giving the name as a, like as of now, Vijay. Okay, so this is the like data for this login method. Okay, so what I want, whatever the data I am passing to login method, let's say it should convert to the like a dispatch. Okay, so we have to call the dispatch. Okay, dispatch, and we have to give the parameter like our method name. What is our method name? Is like a login, which takes the parameter as a like a data. Perfect. So what it is does, it converted our simple method to the like dispatch method, so that internally it's called our reducer function, right? Our simple method will not call the reducer function, so that we have to use the dispatch one. Now the next one is this one, logout function. Whatever the logout function we have written, logout will not take the any parameter. Okay, simply we have to dispatch it. This dispatch and logout. Alright, so now what we have to do, whatever the same parameter, right, map dispatch to props, right? So what we have to do, we have to this one, whatever the return type of this one will be available as a props for this component. Okay, so similarly like this, whatever two parameters is available as for the like a props for this component, these two parameters also be available as a props for this component. Okay, so let's add it, login, and next one is logout method. Okay, so now this login and logout we have used here. Okay, now these are nothing but the dispatch method. It is not the like a what we got, it's not the simple method. These are the like a dispatch method. Okay, so what is the issue we are getting here? User component.jsx, login is not defined. Login we have declared now, login and logout. Okay, so what is the wrong here? So login, logout, login data sorry what we did, so here like we have to convert this one, right? So this login is nothing but the from actions, right? We have declared the actions already, right? So we have to this one, use this one. Okay, login. Similarly we have to use the logout from the action. Okay, make sure we have imported login, logout. Now let's try to run this again. Saved it. Awesome. So now it's a compiled successfully. Let's try on the UI now. So here you can see we are getting, let me refresh again once again. So what is that one? Could not find the store, because now this store it is created, but how our application knows that store is available, right? So we have to make this store available for this application, right? So for that one, let's go to index.js. Okay, this is our main component. Okay, now let's provide this store for the like root component, which is like a the parent of whole complete application. This is the root component, so that once we provide here, it will be applicable for the complete application, right? So here we have to use the one tag provider. Okay, and wrap this one app component inside the provider. Okay, now inside this provider we have to provide the store name. Okay, so here store, and what is our store name? Is nothing but our store, right? Now go to that index.js and include that store. So perfect. So now it is getting imported also, store from Redux demo store. Okay, now I have included the store also. So here you can see app component we have wrapped by the provider. So this is the must do like a step for this using the store. So this is the like a root component of our application which is wrapped inside the provider. Now this store, okay, we have to use the one attribute store and we have to pass the name of the store whatever we have created. So we have created this store, right? So now this store is available for the app complete application. This store is available. Now let's try to run again. So here you can see, let me refresh once again. So here you can see we are getting welcome guest, please log in. Once I clicked on login, it should display welcome Vijay because I have given the name as this one. So perfect. So here you can see welcome Vijay. Now once I click on logout, it should go to welcome guest, please log in. So this is the way we are using the Redux. So let me summarize what we have done till the time. So first of all, what we did, we created the one component where we have written the like a logic for the UI display. Okay, and this UI is based on the logged in condition. This variable whatever we are using to display this conditional logic, it's coming from the store. Okay, so for the store we are storing that one. So whatever the values should be available for this component and whatever the values we want to read it from the store, so for that one we have to use the method connect and two methods. One basically mapping the whatever the values from the store to the like values, okay, props, and the second one is like whatever the methods, okay, we want to make it as a like a dispatch, so that dispatch internally calls the reducer function. So that one we have to map that one methods to the dispatch one. So second function map dispatch to props, that we have to declare it, and whatever the parameter returning here we can use as a like a props inside the component. Okay, so we can use that as a like a props inside the component and we can use inside our component. This is from the component. For the store, we have created the store using the configure store method, which accept the parameter as a like a root reducer, because we can have the multiple reducers, okay, reducer function. So what we did, we created the one reducer function which is by using the combine reducer, which can have the multiple reducer. As of now we have the only one auth reducer. So auth reducer, this is the like initial state we have created. This can have the multiple object like authorization, we have pricing or theme or anything we can have. Okay, for handling this auth one, we have created a auth reducer which takes the only auth related data. Okay, and based on the action type we are updating the state and returning the value. Okay, now once you go to this action, we have created two action, one is login and one logout. Here like login, we are giving the username whatever we are getting from the user component. So here I am giving the username as a like Vijay, so that is getting updated to like a payload. Okay, similarly for logout, we are updating the username and is logout as a false. So in this way guys, we can use the reducer. Hope so guys, you get how this reducer this Redux is useful in the application. Okay, and if you have any queries, please comment on the video. Okay, and please help me with whatever the suggestion you have, so that I can improve. Thank you everyone. So in this video we are going to see the like a React router. Okay, so what is this React router? So basically in the React, okay, the complete application is called as a SPA, basically the single page application. So whatever the application we are or website we are creating, that is considered as a single page application, where like the React consider this or like treat this complete website as a like a single page only. Okay, so to explain this one, let me show you. If you go to this browser, okay, and if you search for any old website, okay, so here I am getting multiple suggestions. So let's click on this first website, okay, Wayback Machines. So once you load this, okay, so here you can see these are the menus. Okay, let me check, click on the about. So when you click on the about, here check on this spinning. Okay, still it's loading, like it's loading. Okay, it is getting the content from the server and rendering. Let me click on the project. So you can see this one, you can see the spinning bar, right? Spinning icon here. Okay, so that means, what is that one means, like when I'm clicking the any icon, any link or any like a menu, what is happening, it's firing the call. Okay, basically the get call, it goes to server. Okay, gets the content of the page, okay, for that particular link or any particular menu. And once the received the content, okay, that content or html, whatever that one content, render on the browser. That is the like a traditional way of the website development, like where, like every time when you click on any button or any action or any kind of menu, it fires the call on the server side, gets the content of that particular link and render on the screen. That is like a server side rendering. Okay, but nowadays, now the when the like react comes in a picture and latest technology, the spa comes in a picture. What is mean by spa? Spa is nothing but the single page application, where the complete website is treated as a like a single page only. Okay, even we are seeing the, in a page in the website, we will see the multiple pages. Okay, but the whole application is considered as a like a single page only. It's the only difference, like we are saying kind of this part first, when you click on this one, another part is finding. That is nothing but a single page application. To show this one, I have just searched this react router. I have opened this react router, okay, website. Okay, so this is nothing but the based on the spa. Okay, you can see when I'm clicking, these are the like menus. Okay, when I'm clicking on any menu, okay, url is getting changed, but you are not seeing any kind of spinning icon here, right? Okay, see, when I'm clicking on anything, okay, the content of this one is getting changed and url is also getting changed, but you can see this spinning, whatever we are seeing in that older website, older implementation on one, we are not seeing here. Okay, because this is like a client side rendering. Okay, and that older one is the like a server side rendering. So means in the client side rendering, this complete website is considered as a single page application. Only the thing is, like when we are clicking on the any menu or any link kind of thing, respective page is getting display. This page, it's like a single page application only, but the thing is, like the part of that one, like let's say when I'm clicking on this menu, it's displaying is related component. Okay, it's not refreshing or reloading the complete website, it's only matter of displaying the content related to that link. Okay, this is nothing but the spa, where the complete website considered as a single page application. Okay, now, so to display that particular content, when we click on the link kind of thing, okay, so that's where the routers comes in a picture. So router help here to render the particular component against the any link or any menu. Okay, so to router help us for the client side rendering. Okay, so to use this react router, okay, we have to install some dependencies into our application, like that is like nothing but the react router DOM. That dependency we have to install in your application. Okay, so now the current version of this one is like a v6. Okay, so when you go to this react router website, so the v6 version, it's already launched. Okay, and that's what we are going to use. Okay, currently the react version we are using, react router version we are using in the 6. Okay, so you whenever you will see this video, might be the version is different, but there will be like a little bit syntax. Okay, as of now we are using the latest react router version, that is v6. Okay, now let's see the installation part. To add or to use the react router in our application, we need to install this react router DOM. Okay, so for that one we have to go to our like a project. Okay, so now I am in our project. Okay, what we have to do, we have to install this app. npm install react router DOM. Okay. It may take some time. Okay, now I have already fired this command. Okay, it will take some time. Once that is done, okay, we can use this react router in our application. Alright, so now this installation is done. Okay, so to check that one whether this installed or not, okay, so to do that one, go to this package.json file, okay, where we have this all dependencies mentioned. So once you open this package.json file, here if you search for react router DOM, you will see this one. Okay, whatever the version we are using currently, so currently it's like a 6.21.1. okay, so this is the version we are using for the react router DOM. Alright, now the react router DOM is installed on our machine. Okay, now the next step is like to use this react router, okay, in your project. Okay, so for this one, what we need to do, okay, first of all, what I am going to do, I am going to create another folder. You need not to create, okay, just to for the sake of just a tutorial, okay, I am creating this one new folder. You need not to create. Okay, let me create the folder. Let's say like router stuff. Okay, so inside this stuff, this folder, newly created folder, what I am going to create, basically we will create the three menus. One is like home page, then one is like contact us, about us. These pages we will create. Okay, for that one, let's create the new file. Let's say I am going to create home.jsx. JSX, why? Because like it will have the UI code as well as our like core JS code, that's why JSX. Okay, so home.jsx code. Okay, so here react arrow functional component with export. Okay, once you click on this one, it will create the component for us. It's magic, right? It's not the magic. Okay, so just now I have installed one plugin. Okay, that plugin is called as a like what we called E7 React. Okay, ES7 React plugin. Okay, so that plugin I have installed. Okay, and that has like a several like I am not fully aware about this one, but these are the some shortcuts I am aware currently, so I am going to use that one. So how I created, so react functional, so that is like let me create another component. So this is the home component we have created. Let's save it. Let's create the another component, new file. Let's give the name as a like contact us. Let's say contact. Okay, contact.jsx. Answer. So here you have to write react arrow functional component with export and enter. Awesome. So here you can see it has created the functional component with the name contact, and it has also written the export statement for this one. Okay, so second component is done. You can explore all the shortcuts, and you can tell me the like what are the very useful shortcuts from this plugin. Please comment on this video so that I will also come to know. So this one, next one is about us. Okay, about us dot jsx. So here react arrow functional component with export. Awesome. So these are the three functional component I have created. Okay, so what I want to create a like a three menus. Okay, so before that one, these are the three menus. These are the basically three pages we have created. Okay, and all three pages has the only contain little bit home, then contact us and about us. Okay, these are the like three component we have created. Now we want to use the router. So basically when user will hit the like slash home, okay, it should see the home component slash contact it show the contact page, slash about us, it should see the about us page. Okay, so for that one we are going to use the router. Okay, so first important step, okay, to use this router, okay, so for that one we have to use the some basic like a tags. Okay, first of all we are going to see how to use this routing by using the tags, and after that one, once you are clear with this concept, in last video we will see how to create by using the functions. Okay, but as of now we will see everything by using the tags. Okay, so now for that one you have to go to the like app file, like we have to open the like basic like root of the your application. So as of now we are aware like this app is nothing but our root component, right? So basically what we have to do, we have to wrap this, okay, everything into the one tag called as the browser router. Okay, browser router. So let's do one thing, let's wrap this one like a browser router. Okay, so what we did, we have added the one tag called as browser router. Okay, make sure you import this tag from the react router DOM. Okay, so this is the like a tag, okay, we have write it in the like we have written into app.js file. Okay, alright, so first step is like we have to wrap everything inside this browser router tag. Okay, after that one what we have to do, we have to declare the like one another tag inside this browser router, that is nothing but the routes. Whatever the routes we are going to use in your application, we have to mention inside the tag called as routes, and that is from the react router DOM. Okay, so make sure you import correctly. So here you can see browser router as well as routes I have imported from this react router DOM. Awesome. So once that is done, okay, what you have to do, okay, we have to create the routes. So this is nothing but the routes. Yes, it's a like a plural form. Okay, so it's a like a routes, it's a like a container for the routes. Okay, so inside this tag we have to create the each route for which you want to write for the your menu. Okay, so outer tag is routes, inner tag is route. Okay, so this is nothing but the each route you have to mention inside that one. So let's say inside this route we have to pass some parameter kind of thing, like for this particular URL this page should display, for this particular URL this page or this component should display, like for slash home component should display, slash contact component should display, kind of thing. So for that one we have to give the attribute, that is the path attribute. Inside that path one we have to mention the path or the URL for which you want this particular component should display. Okay, so here let's say I am giving the like a slash, that is the home. Okay, home page, and after that one you have to specify the element or the like a component. Okay, elements, okay, equal to curly bracket. Inside here you can mention the whatever the like component you want to import. Okay, or instead of like directly you can give the HTML. Okay, whatever, let me show you the first HTML. Okay, let's say I am creating the one div. Okay, inside this div, okay, I will give some names. let's say let me give the name as like a home inline description. Okay, this is nothing but the simple code I have written. What happened? Routes is equal to element is equal to div. Okay, something we did wrong. Let me rewrite again. Okay, so here okay div. Okay, now here is the like inline home descriptions blah 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 blah, some HTML code I have written for the path slash. Okay, now let's try to start this application. Okay, all right, so it's started now. Okay, so let's open on this like a browser. Okay, okay, so now let me open localhost 3000. Okay, awesome. So here you can see we are getting inline home description, whatever the we have given inline code here. Okay, so here you can see, okay, inline home description. Okay, this is the like nothing but the one router. Okay, now let's create the like another one. Okay, let me create copy paste 4 times because we have created this one home component, then contact us and about us. Okay, so let me remove this one. Now what I am going to do, I am going to use the like component instead of like a inline HTML code. Okay, because like in the like real-time application you will have the like lot of like HTML code or UI code. Okay, and that is not like a feasible option to write this here. Okay, so it's better to have the like a separate component file, and that we can use here. Okay, right, so what I'm going to do, slash, okay, let's say slash home. Okay, for this URL I want like which component to render, let's say home component. Okay, awesome. So we can directly write like this. Okay, awesome. So for this home I have used the home. Make sure guys you imported the home. Okay, so router stuff home, that is nothing but my folder whatever I have given, and slash home. Okay, this is the one component. Sorry, let's say for this contact, let me create another route contact. For slash contact I want to render the contact page. Okay, awesome. Okay, and similarly for third one is like about us. Okay, about us I want to render the component called as about us. Awesome. So what I did, I have added all three routes. Okay, for this home, contact us and about us. Instead of giving the like inline code, okay, I have given the home, contact and about us. Okay, these are nothing but the three routes I have added. Okay, so first we have added the browser route, inside that one we have the routes, and inside this one we will have the separate route. Okay, now let's check on the UI what is happening now. Okay, so here it's like by default one. Let me give the URL like slash home. It should display the home component, right? Awesome, because we have given the only that is the one inside the home we have given the only home. Let me write something like welcome to let me give like this is home. Okay, same for contact, let me give this is contact. and similarly for about us, this is about us. Alright, now let's see on the UI. See, this is home. Okay, this is, let me give the contact and second one is about us, right? Awesome. So this is about us. So here is the like how this routing is working. Awesome. So this is like a 3 routes we have added into the app.js file using the route, okay, from router DOM, okay, react router DOM. So this is how we have to write the route. So what I want now, currently like we have created 3 pages and we are trying to hit from the URL, okay, but now this is not like a real time, right? In real time application we will have some menus or some links, right? On click of that link or menu, the respective page will get open, right? Respective URL will get hit and that will open the respective component, right? This is like a real time scenario. So what we will do in this current video, we will build the one menu, okay, which will have these 3 options: home, contact us, about us. Okay, so these 3 component we will be having, 3 menu we will be having, and on click of this menu, okay, it will take to the respective component. Okay, so for that one, let's create what I want. I want to create a one component. Let's create a one component and let's give the name as a like a header, or like let's give the name as a like a custom header component. Okay, new file, I am giving the name as a like a custom header, okay, dot jsx. All right, react arrow functional component with export. Okay, awesome. So just hit it. So this is the one component we have created. Okay, now what I want this component should create the menu. Okay, so like let's give the like first tag is like a header tag. Okay, header. All right, inside the header there is a one tag called as nav. Okay, just put the nav tag. Inside that one create a one ul nothing but the unordered list. Inside that unordered list create a one list item, nothing but the like whatever the menus we want to display. All right, now inside this list, okay, let's add our 3 menu, whatever home, contact, okay, and about us. Home, okay, contact us, and third one is what we got, about us. Okay, and now this component add on like 3 pages, home dot. Okay, so let's add here what is the name, custom header, right? Just create the tag. Sorry, how to import, how to use another component in other component. Just we have to add like a tag, right, with the name custom header. Okay, so I have added this one, and as like we are aware that should be wrapped within a one single tag. So let me create the JSS fragment. Okay, awesome. So what I did on the home tab, I have added this custom header. First of all, I created one component, header component, which has these 3 menus, and that 3 menus I have added into the home component. Let's see what is happening for the home now. Awesome. So what we are getting, we are getting these tags, right? sorry, menus home, contact us and about us. Okay, but this is not clickable, right? So we have to make it as a like clickable, and we have to specify some URL. When I'm clicking on contact us, it should take it to the contact component. When I'm clicking on about us, it should render the like about us component. So for that one, what we have to do, we have to add the like in HTML, right? We have the anchor tab, right? So similar to that anchor tab, okay, we have the like called as a tag called as a link. This is from React router DOM. Okay, so this one, okay, we have to import, like we have to import and write down this whatever the links you want to be, make it as like a clickable or like a anchor type similar to HTML. Whatever we have in the HTML anchor type, similar that one, we have the link tag from the what we got from React router DOM. Make sure we are importing React router DOM. Okay, link from React router DOM. Now this link has the attribute. Okay, so like in anchor tab we have the href, right? Similar to this link, we have the attribute called as to. Like once I click on the home, where I should navigate, to which URL I have to navigate, okay, that we have to specify using the to. Okay, let me copy this one to all three links. Okay, so home, I will give the URL, like when I will user will click on the home, it should take to the slash home. Okay, slash contact, slash contact, slash about us. Alright, now just check, refresh this page. Alright, so here you can see we are on home. Okay, contact us and about us is not still yet clickable. Why so? Because we did the mistake. We have to make it as a part of link, not the like href, right? All right, so what we did, we have added the three links, okay, for the menu home, contact us and about us. So link will have the attribute to, where we have to specify the URL. So once we click on this menu, it should redirect to this URL. Okay, so now let's check on the UI. So here you can see about, home, contact us and about us. So when I'm clicking on contact us, awesome, so here you can see URL changed to slash contact. Okay, now let's click on about us. Awesome, so here you can see the about us. Okay, so this one is like working perfectly fine. So in the like React, okay, this link is similar to the anchor tab. In anchor tab we have to give the h reference, here we have to give the like a to. Okay, what I will do, similar to this one, like a custom header I have added into the home. Okay, what I will do, I will add into all three component. Okay, make sure we import that one. We have to wrap inside the single parent, right? Similar I will import into like a about also. and here I will import custom header. Alright, now let's check on the UI first. When I'm clicking on contact us, is taking the contact us. Okay, about us is taking the about us. So what I did, so whatever the three that headers, okay, I have put it like imported this custom header to all the like pages like home.jsx, contact.jss, about us.jsx, all three pages I have imported this common code. Okay, that is nothing but the custom headers. Okay, so what I want, instead of displaying this one, okay, like this in a like a vertical manner, I want to make it display on the like a let's say vertically. So for that one, I am going to add, okay, some css, okay, which will like will make this horizontal what we call vertical menu to the like horizontal one. Okay, so for that one I will give this one css, okay, to like in our description. Okay, what I did, simply go to this app.css file, okay, and at bottom, okay, just comment this css. Okay, so this is nothing but the like a css, you need not to worry. Okay, simply what you have to do, you have to take this horizontal menu, okay, and go to this one home.js or like sorry custom header file. Okay, inside this one, okay, in like unordered list, okay, just add the class, okay, class name basically in react, and give the name like a horizontal menu. Okay, now let's check on the UI how it is reflecting. This is not reflecting, what happened, just give me 1 minute. Oh, it is not reflecting. Oh sorry, I have not saved this one, let me save this one first. Okay, now let's see. Okay, awesome. So here you can see we are getting these three, okay, home, contact us, about us, all three we are getting here, and you can see on click on that one, URL is also getting changed. Okay, so but what is happening, like in a real time scenario, okay, as I showed you, okay, in this one when I'm clicking on example, this example is getting highlighted. When I'm clicking on tutorial, this tutorial link is getting highlighted, right? But in our app, okay, nothing is getting highlighted, right? We are not sure which one is like currently we are in a page, right? So to do that one, let me show you one thing. Okay, if you inspect that one, okay, so it is nothing but the anchor tab, okay, h reference, okay, nothing else, right? So to make this one, like what we have to do, whatever the link we have clicked, okay, we have to add some css, right? So that it's like a highlighted, okay, so that user will come to know which menu I already click and on which page I am currently. Okay, so to do that one, okay, so there is another tab, okay, instead of one link, okay, there is another tag that is called as a nav link. Okay, instead of link, just use the nav link. Okay, okay, and make sure you import this nav link. Okay, alright, similarly use the closing bracket, or you can use the shortcut Control D also. Okay, nav link, remove this link because that is not needed now. We are using the nav link. Now let's check on the UI. So here, okay, let me refresh the page first. Okay, so here when I'm clicking on this one, still we are not getting anything, right? Okay, so let me show you one thing. Okay, if you inspect this one, okay, let's say currently I am in about us. Okay, so if you see this one in about us, you can see the class active. Okay, now let's see, but for other, okay, there is no that class active. Okay, only for the about us we can see the extra class, that is class active is added. Let me click on home. Okay, I am in home page. Okay, but let me check. Okay, so in home you can see the extra attribute class is equal to attribute active, but for other one this active class is not here, means this class is internally added by this nav link, whatever the custom tag we have used, nav link, that is doing this work. Okay, so this is the like a active, like whenever we click on it is adding the class active. But let's say currently we are not able to see the any difference because the like color combination is the same. So what I will do, I will go to this css file. Okay, what I will do, it is adding the class active, right? So what I am doing, I will create the active class. For active class, let's override some css, let's give some color, let's try to give as a, like our react router website. Okay, let's give this color as a brown. Now let's check on the UI. So here you can see, right, this contact, we are currently in the contact us page. So here you can see contact is like highlighted. Let me click on about us. So here you can see the about us. Let me give the another color, still it is not that much visible kind of thing. Okay, let's give this one. Okay, see about us. Let me click on contact us, it's on contact us is the highlighted. Let me click on home, so home is highlighted. So this is the work as done by the tag called as nav link. Okay, so this is like a very useful tag from react router DOM. In this video we are going to see the error handling. Okay, so what is mean by the error handling when I am saying the error handling? So let's say, let me close this one. Let's say this is the URL, right? Home, contact us, about us. Let's say by mistake, okay, some user want to hit this URL. Okay, and by mistake he hits the like a URL. Okay, this URL is like we don't have this URL, we don't have available in like our roots, right? Current if you go to that app.js file, here we don't have anything like contacts kind of thing, right? It has the contact only. Okay, so if let's say if user is doing some mistake while hitting the URL, okay, and if we are showing as like a blank or some error kind of thing, that is not like a good impression like for our users, right? So for that one we have the like a thing called as a like error handling. So what we can do, let's say I will create another route here. Okay, okay, and what I will give, I will give the star. Okay, for all the like URL whatever I have mentioned, if user is hitting that one URL, that respective component will be rendered. Apart from that one, apart from this all above URL, if user is handling if user is typing anything else apart from this URL, okay, I want one component to be called. Okay, so what I can do, you can do one thing. Okay, you can you can specify the home component also. Okay, if anything else is getting called, it will like calling the home page. Okay, so here you can see you have redirected to the home page, but this is not a good thing because here is the like URL will be like contacts, but you are displaying the home page. Okay, and nothing will be like a highlighted. Okay, so instead of that one, what we can do, we can create another page that will be like error page, and that we will be display. Okay, so for that one, let me create a one component. Let me create one file. Let me give the like a custom error. Okay, dot jsx. All right, I will use the same shortcut, react error functional component with export. Awesome, so it has created. Now here I can give like a 404 page not found. Okay, here I can give the like h1 tag. Okay, and inside that one I can display this error message. Alright, now on this app.js file I can mention here that one custom error. Make sure you are importing this custom error. Okay, now let's try on the UI. Okay, now let me go there. So here is the error when user is trying to hit contacts or like the URL which is like a apart from the routes whatever we have. Okay, if user is trying to anything else, okay, it will give the 404 page not found. If I am going to like hit the proper URL, oh, it will take the form contact us, about us. Okay, if user is trying to hit anything else, it will show the error page, that is page not found, that the error page whatever we have created. Simply what I did, I have created the one route. Okay, so it is like a last after this whatever the expected route we are aware. Okay, apart from this one I want like a if anything else apart from this one user is trying to hit, let's show this page. So in this way we can handle the error in the React route. Alright, so in this video we are going to see the nested route. Nested route. What is mean by nested node? Okay, basically the route which is like inside the route. Roots inside the route. Okay, so let me give the simple example. Let's say we have the like contact let's say user list or employee list. Let's say this is the like a page where we display the employee list. Okay, for example the URL for this, let's say employees. Okay, so this is the URL. Okay, or this is the route for which I am displaying this employee list. Okay, let's say for example 1 2 3, let's say ABC PQR XYZ, let's say key department IT CS computer science, EXTC electronics and communication. So these are the like branches and employee related detail. Okay, so but this is the like a employee list. But now let's say if we want to check the detail of the particular one. Okay, let's say if I click on this is the like a link. When I'm clicking on this ABC, okay, so it will open like slash employee slash ABC, and here I am getting the complete detail of ABC, right? Similarly, if I am hitting employee slash PQR, I am getting the detail of PQR. Okay, so basically this whatever this route is like a nested route. Okay, so basically this employee slash PQR, it's a like inside this route employees. Okay, so this is called as a like a nested route. Okay, so the one very most important thing in the like a nested route, whenever we want to declare the nested route, the route or like URL of the nested route should be like started with kind of the parent one. Like here is the like employees, so route should be started with the like a parent route employees. Okay, slash PQR, whatever you want to give it. okay, extra from this one. Okay, this is the like a compulsion kind of thing to make it as a nested root. So employees are the common. Okay, after that pqr abc xyz whatever you want. Okay, so like that one, like we will have the nested root. Okay, so now till the time we have seen we have the roots. Okay, inside that one we have root, like multiple root, right? We have created the multiple root, contact or like about us or like a home. So these are the three root we have created now. Okay, so this is like a overall structure as of now, right? So now to create the like as of now, and to create the like nested root, what we have to do it. Okay, so simply let's say these are the two like roots. Okay, three roots, right? Contact, employee, and third one is like about us. These are the three roots we have already created. Now let's say I want to make it as a part of nested root. Okay, so for this one path is like a slash home. For this one path is the like slash contact. Okay, and for this one slash about us. These are the like a url we have given, right? Roots we have given. Now what I want to make it as a like a nested root. So what I have to simply do, let me create another root. Okay, instead of closing here I need to close here. Means whatever the roots I want to be the part of the nested root, okay, I have to wrap this inside this particular root. So let's say this is the root I am going to create, let's say landing page. Okay, so landing page, okay, has the three nested root: home, contact, and about us. So basically what I have to do, I have to, instead of closing the root here, I have to wrap the all the roots which I want to be the nested inside the like parent root. That's it. This is the like a implementation for the nested root. Now how the like rendering will happen. Okay, now let's say I want these three to be the part of the like landing page. Okay, nested root. So I have to declare the one tag called as a like outlet. Okay, so this is the tag I have to declare on the parent page. Okay, on the parent root I have to declare this outlet tag, so that what will happen, this three nested will be rendered at this tag. Okay, whatever this outlet tag we will declare there, this nested root will be rendered. Okay, so for example as of now what we did, okay, we have created the three component, basically the fourth, right? One, we have created the custom header, right? One is custom header which has all like menus, right? Then we have home, then contact, and third one is about us. These are the like four pages we have created. Okay, what we did, we want menu on this all three pages. So what we did, we declare this custom header here, right? And let's say custom header here, and after that one we have declared this is home. Then same custom header here, this is like a contact, like this is we have done already, this is contact. Similarly custom header, and this is about. This is what we have did. Okay, now if you see this one, to display the menu on all the three pages, what we did, we have included custom header here. Okay, so instead of that one, what we can do, we can create the another page, one more page, let's say the landing page. Okay, what I will do, I will create one landing page. Okay, there I will include the custom header so that all the menus are present. Okay, on landing page I will include the custom header, and these all three pages. Okay, now what I want, this all three pages I will make it as a like a child one. Okay, so what I want, below this custom header I want to display this home, contact and about. So simply what I will do, I will write as a outlet tag here. Done. So what will happen, on the landing page this custom headers like menus will be displayed, about us, contact and that one. And outlet as I told, this tag will be replaced by the child route UI. Okay, nested UI route. Okay, now let's say when I am clicking on the contact us, and what I am going to do, I am going to make it as a like child of this one landing page. So what will happen, whenever I will click on the home, the our react router will check. Okay, these are the like nothing but the nested route, it's a, like a part of landing page. Okay, so what will it will check the outlet tag on the landing page. Okay, and there it will render the UI of the home component. Similarly, when I click on the about us, it will check, okay, on the landing page where is the outlet tag, it will display the about us, similar to contact us. So we need not to write this now all three custom headers again and again here, simply we have to write the outlet. Okay, so now let's see by the practical. So here you can see I have created the one more component, that is the landing page. So this is a like a functional component which has the only this is the landing page, and on the app.js file I have added the one route, that is the landing page. Okay, for slash. Okay, and it will load the landing page. Okay, so now what I want, okay, let me check on the UI. Okay, so if you go hit this localhost 3000, this is the landing page. Now what I want, okay, so as I told, I want this all three, okay, all three components, okay, I want to be like a child one of the like a this landing page, basically the nested route. So simply what I have to, instead of closing here, okay, I have to declare here. So what I did, simply I wrap this all the nested component, whatever the nested route I want, okay, wrap inside the parent route. That's it. Okay, now let's see what is the output. So here you can see what is the happening. Okay, we are getting the landing page. Okay, but where is the menu? Let me check the home. Okay, but still we are not getting. So what wrong we did? Okay, so as I told you, if we are want to use the nested route, we have to use the extra one tag. Okay, so where in the like a landing page, because this is the parent component. So what I will go on the landing page, I will use, let's say I will use the one tag outlet. This is from the React router DOM. Okay, so this is the tag I have added. So what will happen, so all the child routes will be displayed here like outlet. Okay, so this is the like landing page. Okay, and here this all the child route should be displayed. Okay, so now let's see. So here you can see slash home, or instead of like let's say slash. Okay, so here you can see, so here this is the landing page, and here like a for slash, inside the slash, okay, we have declared the home page. Okay, so let me go to this app.js. So here you can see inside this slash I have declared the slash and home, both having the like a element as a home component. Okay, so here you can see this is the landing page. Okay, and this is nothing but whatever you are seeing the below part is nothing the part where we have written the outlet tag. Okay, so here in the this one in the landing page component, here we have declared the outlet tag, okay, which is like a, when the component will rendered on the UI, this tag will be replaced by the like a child component, okay, whatever the like a nested root, okay, that will be rendered here. Okay, so here you can see, if I'm clicking on the home, okay, slash home, here you can see this is home, contact us, about us, but here you can see this is landing is the like a permanent kind of thing, okay, because that is nothing but the landing page, and below part is only like a changing. Okay, but what I want, menu is also the needs to be the part of the landing page. Why it should be the like part of the each component? Okay, so let me remove this one from the each component. Alright, and now let's check. So this is about us, but where is the menu? Because we have removed from this menu from the all three home, contact us and about us, but we have not added into the landing page. Okay, so let me do one thing, let me add this custom header here, so that menus are available and it's a part of the now landing page. Okay, now let's check. Awesome, so here we are getting home, contact us. Okay, now when I'm clicking on this one, see, you can see now we are only getting this is whatever the text we are getting, this is the part of the like a nested root. Okay, let me do one thing, so here I will declare the one div, okay, and inside that div, okay, let me put this outlet, okay, and let me give some, add some what we got, some CSS, let's say outlet. I am giving the name as a like a outlet class. Okay, and in this one app.css, let me add some style. Okay, for this outlet class, let me give the like a minimum height, let's say, let me give the like a 500 pixel. Okay, and let's say background color, let me give the background color, let's say let's give this one. Okay, now let's check what I did. So what I did, okay, so I have created the one div, okay, and to this div I have given the one class, that is the outlet, and in the CSS I have applied some styling like a background color. Okay, now let's check on the UI how it is working. Awesome, so here you can see when I'm clicking on the home, so this is landing page and this is the one, this is like our parent component. Okay, so whatever the changes you are seeing here, it is nothing the part of the outlet, it is like getting reflected in the outlet section only. Okay, so here you can see, okay, so this is nothing but the like a nested route, and here you can see the outlet code. Okay, so whatever the outlet we have declared the tag, okay, that will be replaced by the nested root UI code. Okay, hope so guys you got this one, and this is a like a really important concept. Okay, whenever we use these routes in our React application. Okay, so we have covered almost all the things. Okay, and please like, share and subscribe to my channel. Okay, and if you have any suggestion, please leave the comment in the comment section. Thank you. All right, so now till the time we have seen this whatever the routing or nested routing we have seen, that is by using the like a tags, right? We have used this browser router tag, then route tag, and then a routes tag. Inside that one we have the route or like a nested tags. So that all we have seen by using the tags. Okay, and these all the tags like from the like a what we call that React router DOM. Okay, but if you don't want to use from the like a JSX tag kind of thing, or if you want to like from create the function and that you want to use inside that one kind of thing. So that is also possible. Okay, so let me do one thing. What we will do, we will see the another way to write the routes. Okay, so how? Okay, so now let's see the constant. Let's create one constant. Let's give the name as like a router. Okay, and then router, let's give the like a constant router equal to, there is one function called as a create browser router. Okay, create browser router. Okay, this is nothing but the similar to this one, create router tag. Okay, so this is nothing but the create browser router. Okay, which accepts the array of route object. Okay, so here we have to pass the path. Okay, whatever the path we want, let's say, let me give the one blank path. Okay, and whatever the element we want to render for this one, let's say for that one I want a landing page, right? Alright, so this is the landing page I want to display for this one. Okay, now till this one let me comment this one. Okay, so I have commented everything. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to, if you are using this function or like a constant create browser router function, that time you have to add the one tag, that is the router provider. Router provider. Okay, and here we have to provide the attribute called as a router, and you have to pass the variable name whatever we have given for the create browser router. Okay, so what I did, I have created the one function. Okay, I have created the one variable with the help of this create browser router, and which accepts the array of the routes. Okay, so as of now I have given the only one, that is the landing path. Okay, landing page. Okay, and here inside this return or this like a app body. Okay, I have created the one, I have added the one tag, that is nothing but the router provider, and inside that one we have to provide the attribute router. Okay, now let's check on the UI how it is working. So as of now only slash, right? Awesome. So this is landing page we are getting with the help of this one. Okay, as of now we have not added this one contact or home or this one. Let's try to add that one. Now what I want the others component need to be the child of this one, right? So there is a one tag called as a children. Okay, children is nothing but the again array of route. Again it's like a same one. Again we have to give the path. What is the path we want? The first one is the like a slash by default, and that is nothing but the home component. It's the same. Okay, whatever the we have used by using the tag, just a difference, like instead of declaring inside the JSX like in the UI component, we are creating the one function and creating this array of the route. That's it. Let me copy this three times. Okay, 3. Okay, slash home. Again for slash home I want home component only. Then contacts, right? Contact only. Contact, we will display the contact. Okay, and the last one is nothing but the about us. you can see whatever we are doing, it's a similar one, like it's the same one only. Okay, just a way of writing is the different. Okay, all right, now let's check on the UI how it is behaving. So first, landing page, I am getting, this is landing page, this is home. Let me click on home. Perfect, this is home. Contact us, about us, awesome. So the way we have created by using this tags, okay, we did using this array. Okay, and here we have only added the one tag called as a router provider. So in this way also you can create your own routes and nested route also. So thank you. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to see the very important hook in the react router DOM, that is nothing but the use navigate. Okay, so in your real-time application, okay, you may find this it is very important thing, because in your real-time application there will be some buttons. Okay, to when click on that button it will navigate to the particular page or go back, or let's say for example on this home page or contact us or about us, if I add some button kind of thing, and on click of that button I want to navigate to, let's say, home page, okay, or contact us page kind of thing. Okay, so for that one, basically through programming you want to navigate to the particular component, like after some fetching some data, you want to show a particular component, so you want to navigate to the particular route through the programming, right? So that time this use navigate, this one, it's a very useful. So let me show you how to use that one. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, so basically let's go to this one, contact us. Okay, so here let me do the create one button. Okay, all right, let's give the name as a go to landing page. Okay, what happened to you? All right, okay, so what I did, only I have created the button and give a name the go to landing page. So on click of that one, what I want to navigate to the landing page. Okay, so let's go to the UI now. Okay, so I have created that button on this contact us, but on click of that one nothing is happening, right? What I want, on click of that button, okay, I should navigate to the landing page, okay, or home page. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, on click of that one I'm going to create one handler. Okay, on click, let's say go to, let's give the method name as a go to home. Okay, so this is the method I have created. So what I have to do here, I have to create that function constant go to home. All right, so here we have to do something so that it is navigating to the home page. So as I told you, we have to use the one hook, that is use navigate. So let me create a one variable, let me give the name as a navigate only. You can give the any name, anything else fine. Okay, navigate, and here we have to use navigate. Okay, so here you can see, okay, so this is nothing but the one hook, we have to use it. Okay, so now after this one, once you use this hook, okay, so what you have to do, using this one we can navigate to any method. So simply any page, so simply here we have to pass the path to which we want to navigate. Okay, so what I want, on click of that one it should go to the home page. Okay, now let's try on the UI. Let me go to home, contact us, about us. Now let me go to contact us. Here I have the button. On click on that one, it should go to the home page. Perfect. So it comes to the home page. So here it is like a go to landing page. I am clicking on this one, it is going to the home page. So how I have achieved that one? Through programming, I have used the use navigate hook. Okay, by using that one, I have provided the path where I have to navigate, and it does all the remaining things. Okay, so this navigate is nothing but the variable whatever we have used. You can give is the anything else, like go to home, and here go to home and home, nothing else. Now instead of that one creating this simple function, you can use this directly here also. So how? Okay, I can use this one navigate directly here. Instead of creating the function, here I can do that one. What is happening? I am doing something else. So here is the like a, we have to declare like that. Perfect. So here you can see it is going to the home page now. Let me remove this one now. This is not needed. Okay, still it should work. Perfect. So when I'm clicking on the button, it is taking to the home page. So simply this is the way you can call the navigate. Okay, and you can pass the, you can use the any path, or you can specify any path to which you want to navigate. Okay, so this is the one very useful function, like a very useful hook, use navigate. Okay, so here another is the one like way like history. Okay, navigate, here you can give the like a -1 also to navigate to the history. Okay, so what is mean by that one? Okay, let's say currently I am on home page. Okay, now I am going to contact page. Previously I was on home page. Okay, now when I am clicking on this one, it will check the -1. So -1 is nothing but the home page, so it is going to home page. Now let me go to the about us. Okay, now I am in about us. Now I am going to contact us. So for this one, -1 is nothing but the about us, so it should take us about us. So here is the like about us. So this is the also very useful feature when you want to implement the back button. Okay, so this is the very important hook. Okay, hope so guys you are clear with this use navigate hook now. Please do like, share and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. You are new to channel, okay, please do subscribe, like and share the video, and do not forget to click on the notification bell icon, so that whenever the new upload or new tutorial series has started, you will get the notification. So please subscribe to the channel. Thank you.